Yeah, I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love, still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet. But those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. Some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory bad enough to get a C. They'd rather just go leave it be. And oh, this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet. But those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. Yeah, I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love, still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet. But those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. get to see, they'd rather just go leave it be. And oh, this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. Yeah, I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow, call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love, still gonna die for what I love, still gonna try, I won't give up, still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. Some injuries, mentally and physically, studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory bad enough to get a see, they'd rather just go leave it be. And oh, this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. Yeah, I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love, still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. Some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory bad enough to get a C. They'd rather just go leave it be. And oh, this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
Well, hello and welcome to ByteCon presented by Byte Cyber Labs. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for coming up here. We are back again with day two. Right, day one was lit, and along with me, I have my buddy here today, my friend. His name is Anonybite. We also call him Syra. So his alias name is Anonybite. Welcome, Anonybite. What's up? How's it going?
I'm good. I'm good, Akash. How are you?
I'm doing good as well, man. Thanks. And thanks for joining us today for hosting this ByteCon event. Day one was really lit and it was pretty fun. We had some great talks from great speakers from around the globe. And today, even in fact, we are having awesome talks as well. So, yeah, I mean, how did you like what kind of response you got for day one?
Well, I was really impressed with the day one. I was intrigued to see all the speakers, and I was really impressed with the quality, the content which they provided. It was really good.
Right.
Like I'm very much happy.
Indeed, like it was like the content was
Yes,
definitely
yes,
good, and even today
yes.
we are having five great speakers. We have Vyshnav NK, we have Paras Arora, we have Chloe Messdaghi, Vignesh Chandrasekaran, and Judy Ngure. So
Wow.
yeah, the schedule and the name of the speakers and talk details are already on our website. You can visit bytecon.bytecyberlabs.com. Also, if you want to see the description, you can check there the name of the speakers and the timing as well if you want some specific speakers. Right. So yeah, and of course we want to thank our sponsors for the event, of course, because without them the event was not possible. To be frank, we have Hack the Box, we have Try Hack Me, Offensive Security, and Bug Out, and we have our promoters who have been working along with us side by side all the time on all social media platforms. Reset Hacker Community, OWASP Coimbatore, RAS Security beside Maharashtra, and we are Plymouth Chennai chapter. We really thank them for their support, and yeah, they have been like putting putting up all the stories all the time, and I really felt great. Like, okay, communities are finally coming up to support other communities, to for these kind of great initiatives. So that's something good to know, isn't it?
Yes, and the like everybody is thanking ByteCon for this, and I'm really happy that every community and every promoter as well as every
Right.
sponsor to give a to be a support give us support and help us
Absolutely.
in giving this event
Right. Right.
to every person.
Indeed, like even so what we did this time, like it was a bit different that we asked for the recordings to the speakers because of course we wanted that the speakers should not also have also any kind of problem because COVID-19 is going on already everywhere and everybody's working from home. So definitely, professional hours do clash down. So we have the recordings, but fortunately our speakers are also taking initiative. They are also coming in the live stream. Even yesterday, Sankaraj was also there. Today we are going to have Chloe, we're going to have Vishnav, everybody will be there. So if you have any kind of issues, some doubts you have, feel free to ask anyone. So yeah, we're going to start with our first talk that will be on we'll be starting out at 7 p.m. sharp as we decided for the schedule, right? So tell me this thing, Anonymous, what was your favorite part of yesterday's event?
My favorite part was when Shankaraj dropped by. Like, being very honest,
Yeah,
like
right.
huge fan of that guy, huge fan of that guy.
Indeed, indeed. He's a great guy. He's quite humble and quite known as well. I know him for quite a while, and definitely he's like famous. Being famous does have his own perk, right?
Yes,
So yeah, it
exactly.
was quite an honor to have him, to be honest, and it was nice to see like everybody was really excited. My favorite part, if you would say, of the like, of course, I liked all the talks. The topics were really great, but I was happy that I
Yes.
could I could convince one of my friend artists to come up and speak up on this kind of platform. That's for the first time some anonymous guy came in there and then he described such kind of a great talk on biometric heist. So yeah, so that was my favorite part of the whole show, to be honest. So we're gonna
That
start.
biometric one was really good.
Indeed,
That
it
biometric.
was. Yeah. So we're gonna start the talk in 10 more minutes. Till then, you guys can definitely enjoy the music. You can communicate with us in the chat box. You can put up your thoughts, your suggestions, whatever you want to ask regarding today's talk or yesterday's talk. Feel free for that. And me and Anonybite
And
will be there for hosting the whole show. So yeah, we're gonna be there.
thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so
cheers.
much for calling.
Yeah, we'll be back
Cheers.
soon by 7 p.m. sharp for with the new talk that we're gonna have. It is gonna be from Mr. Vyshnav NK. It's gonna be on wireless pen testing and wireless hunting. So yeah, that's gonna be quite interesting. It's gonna be a little longer, but yes, it's gonna be really interesting. The topics he covered, the things he's gonna describe, it's gonna be awesome. So yeah, wait till then, it's gonna be worth it. See you soon at 7 p.m. sharp.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow, call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love, still gonna die for what I love, still gonna try, I won't give up, still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory bad enough to get a C. They'd rather just go leave it be. And oh, this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words.
No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
Yeah, I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow, call me offensive even though
Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love, still gonna die for what I love, still gonna try, I won't give up, still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory bad enough to get a C. They'd rather just go leave it be. And oh, this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words.
No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
Yeah, I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow, call me offensive even though
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love. Still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win. I won't stop till the end, no.
some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory. Bad enough to get a C, they'd rather just go leave it be. And oh, this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words.
No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing.
Okay, so yes, so this is time now when we start our first talk of the day. That is going to be my Mr. Vyshnav NK. And I'm going to put the talk here. The topic I have already told you, it's on wireless pen testing. And he's going to be presenting his screen. I have already his video recording, so I'm going to share that with you. Just a second. Additionally, people who are actually concerned about any kind of questions, rather that be personal or related to anything that you want to learn, please feel free to ask our coordinators. You can also connect with us on social media anytime you want. We are always active there as well. You can put up a question and definitely we'll help you answer that. So feel free for that as well. And here is the first talk of the day, that is by Vyshnav NK. Do follow him on LinkedIn too. He is quite a great bug hunter. I'm pretty sure you must have heard of him, Vyshnav Viz, if not the complete name. And here is...
Sorry for joining late, buddy.
That's okay. So let's start with the talk. Thanks, Anonybite, for coming in.
Hello everyone, welcome to the ByteCon virtual event 2020. I hope all you are doing good at this pandemic situation. In this section, I'll be talking more about the basics of wireless security and the terminologies in WLAN, which is wireless local area network, and different kinds of wireless encryptions and tools for attacking wireless networks. And finally, I'll be quickly showing a demo of how to crack, WEP networks and WPA2 networks. So of course, most of you are currently watching this video while connecting to your some Wi-Fi networks. So all you know, right, like wireless networks becoming most popular since last decades. A wireless network can be found everywhere, including airports, railway stations, hotels, coffee shops, libraries, and many other areas. There are many advantages for wireless networking. However, there are security problems with wireless networking as well. Today, we will discuss some of the aspects of wireless security and how to penetrate into different Wi-Fi security as well, which will be WEP, WPA2 networks, WPA, etc. And a quick disclaimer, this will be purely a beginner level talk. And welcome once again. My name is Vyshnav. let's get into the Wi-Fi bit. And moreover, like before moving forward, little bit background about myself and 1 second. Yeah, actually, myself, Vyshnav, I work as a product security engineer at Sage Intact. I usually work with web security automation, creating some tools, such kind of works, and I'm a Google and Apple Hall of Famer, and also I'm author of a few CVs, CV 2025-843, CV 2025-3050, so on. And I have published a few exploits in Exploit DB and Google Hacking Database as well. And I'm a security researcher at Zimac Red Team. I always play with web application and mobile networks. And I usually, occasionally, in my free time, I play with Team InfoSeconds. I play CTF with the Team InfoSeconds. And I'm also a co-founder at LCF. LCF is nothing but Learning Security is Fun. It's a community. We few members which deal with information security kind of stuff. So moreover, I am passionate about firmware and Wi-Fi security as well. So moving forward, and this is like today's agenda of this talk. I'll be talking about Wi-Fi basics and technologies in WLAN and different kinds of encryption which is used in Wi-Fi and different kind of tools for attacking Wi-Fi networks and how to sniff and recon Wi-Fi networks. And finally, we will be showing a demo about how to crack WP networks and cracking WPA2 networks. So the quick thing, before going to start about Wi-Fi security, we should have a better understanding or what exactly Wi-Fi is. So you all like wireless connectivity, often we usually call it as a Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi fidelity. It's like a technology that allows a PC, laptop, mobile phone, or tablet device to connect at high speed to the internet without the need of physical wired connection. So basically, Wi-Fi is a name of a wireless networking technology that basically uses radio wave to provide wireless high-speed internet connection. So if you have researched about a wireless network, or if you have, studied about Wi-Fi, you should have come across this value, or what we call it a term, IEEE 802.11. What exactly it is? IEEE stands for Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. And 802.11 is nothing but a networking standard which is assigned to Wi-Fi network by IEEE. So this, this networking standard IEC 802.11, which comes with a different flavors. Technically, we will call it as amendments. This is basically like 802.11x. That is there are different kind of amendments like 802.11a, 11b, 11g, 11n, AC, and so on. So if you see this diagram, you can identify that this is what we call as amendments or Wi-Fi family amendments. So the left hand side, IEEE, these are all the networking standard. These are all the amendments, D, A, G, and N, and AC. AC, which is the latest one. And if you see this 8.802.11b, which is actually having a frequency of 2.4 gigahertz. Usually WLAN wireless network works in a different kind of frequency like 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz, etc. So on the 8.02.11a, which consists of frequency of 5 gigahertz and which having a rate of 6 to 54 megabits per second. So this is all about Wi-Fi amendments. You just just read about Wikipedia or more about what are the different kind of amendments which is available in the Wi-Fi networks. So, and the most important things like this Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi which having different kinds of bands and channels. So basically, this diagram which shows the Wi-Fi network of 2.4 gigahertz. So there are 14 channels which is designed in the 2.4 gigahertz range, which is spaced to 5 megahertz apart. So basically, when you see this, this figure, you can identify that there are 14 channels which is there and correspond to that. Each channel consists of different frequencies. If channel 1 consists of like having 2.412 gigahertz of frequency, and even so on channel 14 which having 2.484 gigahertz of frequency. So there are some kind of problem or some kind of disadvantages of 2.0 gigahertz range. The one of the major disadvantages or major problem of this 2.4 gigahertz range is like these bands. If you can identify it in the figure, these bands are very narrow. If this is narrow, it will leads to overlapping. So overlapping leads to different kind of problem like network connectivity and in some kind of interference. If more clients will be connected to the network, there will be connection issues. So after using this one, and people come to use a new range that is 5 gigahertz. That 5 gigahertz which overcome these kind of overlapping problems. This is actually the 5 gigahertz channel diagram. This 5 gigahertz is actually more spread out, and like there is non-overlapping channels as well, so that we can transmit more. There should not be similar kind of issues which we experience in 2.4 gigahertz. And moving on to the next one, there should be there should be different country regulation. So we actually discussed about these kind of channels. Like in Wi-Fi, there are different kinds of channels and bands. In wireless Wi-Fi, there should be 14 channels, and each 14 channels is having a like different frequencies as well. But these all frequencies and all channels won't work in different geolocation. If you see this one, there are different geolocation, different countries like North America, Japan, and most of the world. So if you identify at last, if you've seen that channel 14, it won't work in North America, like it's won't work, and it won't work in most of the world. The channel 14 which only work in the Japan. So there are some different kind of country regulation. Each country has its own channel, and each country has its own power level as well. So now we will see the quick demo, like how to bypass, this kind of country regulation, how to check the supported bands, channels, and how can we increase our TX power, etc. We'll show a quick demo about that. Okay. And let me open my box and let me deactivate my video for better, like better clarity, better visibility. Second and properties, just like that. Okay, I hope you guys can see my screen. Okay, so actually I have connected my wireless external wireless adapter. If you given IW config, you can identify that there is an WLAN0 interface which is having like 2.4 gigahertz. So currently, actually, I haven't set it this to any second IW reference. Currently, you identified that I have set it this to country US. Okay, if you have given like IW list, which actually shown like what kind of bands and frequency which US country actually supports. If you identify, you see in the frequency range, you can identify that actually US country supports up to channel 11, which actually support the TX power of 30 dBm, and it won't support it won't support channel 12, channel 13, and channel 14. If I try to set the channel 14, if you see here, I'm going to try to set the channel 14. Channel 14, you can identify that a quick error like set failed. This is actually because of country regulation. So US country and US doesn't support channel 13 and channel 14, and it only support up to channel 12, and it's having an TX power of 30 dBm. So in order to bypass this country regulation, what we have to do is like we have to set country regulation to some country which actually support channel 14. Actually, Japan is the country which actually supports channel 14. So we will set up to we will set up you will set up this to Japan. For that, I type in iwconfig and rec and set to JP. JP is for Japan. So IW, sorry for my typo. IW reg and set. Now currently it's set to JP. JP for Japan. If you see that IW list, you can identify now the frequency actually it support up to channel 14 with a TX power of 20 dBm. So now I can clearly put like IW or a reg set IW config and WLAN 0 for the interface and channel, and I can set to channel 14. There is no error because Japan actually support the channel 14. And other cases, like when you given this IW config, we are actually in 2.484 gigahertz, which is actually the channel 14. If you came back to slide and if you analyze 2.484, it actually support channel 14. So in order to increase or change the TX power, increasing the TX power, we have to give some country which actually support more TX power. So Bolivia and US which support 30 dB. If I will show you some example, like if I set it to TX power to, currently if I set to TX power to 30 dB, it actually support, this one actually support 30 dB. So there are different countries which actually support to 20 dB, 25 dB. So depends upon we can increase. There are countries like Bolivia that actually support. If you set to Bolivia, it actually support 30 dBm of TX power. And also US countries also support 30 dB of dBm of TX power. This is all about bypassing the country regulation or increasing the TX power. I already mentioned WLAN always operated in different frequencies, which is 2.4 and 5 GHz, etc. Frequencies are actually divided into different channels, as all we see in the images. So each country has its own regulations, allowed channels and power, but these regulations can be easily bypassed. As we saw the quick demo, we can actually bypass to different channels by actually applying or set it to the different countries which actually support different channels. And the next important thing is terminologies in WLAN. WLAN is nothing but a wireless local area network. So we already discussed about IEEE 802.11, which is nothing but a network standard which is implemented by IEEE to wireless or WLAN networks. And three-way handshake. Three-way handshake is nothing but it's a cryptographical message exchange between the AP and the client, which authenticates the client that connects to the AP. AP is nothing but access point. And access point is nothing but your Wi-Fi router or whatever it is. If you are using your mobile phone as a hotspot, that is an access point. And SSD is nothing but service set identity, which is actually a 32 character and which is a case sensitive, and which is nothing but the wireless name which you are given to your router. Whatever the name which you are giving your router, your access point, that is basically known as SSID or service set identity. And station, which is nothing but wireless client, whatever it is, it's a laptop, it's a computer, it is even a tablet, or even it's a mobile phone, etc. It comes under the wireless client. And BSSID is nothing but basic service set identifier. It is a MAC address of our access point or our router. So coming back to the Wi-Fi security, there are different kind of Wi-Fi security, and one of the major things like open network and WEP. WEP is nothing but wireless equivalent privacy, and WPA or WPA2, which is wireless protected access version 1 and version 2. PSK is nothing but pre-shared key, which we usually called as WPA2 personal or WPA2 enterprise. And WPA3, which is one of the latest one, and now we have to talk about like a WEP. WEP actually is called as a wired equivalent privacy. It's an alt encryption, sorry, but it's still used in some network. Therefore, we have to learn, learn how to break it. Most of the cases like WEPs, we are no longer seeing anywhere, which actually we can call it as a depreciated one. And basically, this one WEP uses an algorithm called RC4. RC4 is a stream cipher, and which is basically used to generate a key string. So WP is the old form of encryption, which is developed around 1997, and it's also is a broken, as I mentioned, it is a depreciated or a broken security algorithm for IEEE 802.11, and other case like basically it uses an algorithm called RC4. Where each packet is encrypted at the AP in the sense access point, and it is decrypted at the client. So WEP basically ensures that each packet has a unique key stream, uses a 24-bit IV. IV is nothing but initial vector. Initial, what we call it as an initial vector. Initial vector is something like a pseudo random number which is generated out AP is the access point. So there is some what we call it as a problem or disadvantage of WEP, like if the same key is used to encrypt multiple plain texts, so that when attacker can do is he can analyze the ciphertext, and he can find out the exact pattern, and he can easily decrypt the key. So in order to overcome this situation, WEP comes up with an IV, that is called initialization vector, and which is I already mentioned, which is a pseudo random key generated from the AP, and this initialization vector which is added to the key, C in the sense a WEP key, and that both it will be concatenated, that is like a 24-bit IV plus a WEP shared key is concatenated, and it finally ends up with 64-bit or 128-bit encryption key. This is how the WEP encryption works. So move on to the next. We have to understand how WEP algorithm work. Mainly there are three different steps in order to do a WEP encryption. First step is like generating the key string, and next step is like generating the integrity check, and final one is like ciphertext generation. After all, it will all combine and we will get a WEP encryption. So first step is like generating the key string. Now we will identify how we can generate the key string. IV, as I already mentioned, IV is nothing but it's an initialization vector, which is a pseudo random number which is generated our access point. And this, if you see this diagram, you can identify that IV, our initialization vector, is consists of 24 bits, and our WEP key is 40 or 104 bits. WE key is nothing but our passphrase what we are our client is giving. So combining both, like if you are using 40 bits plus 24 bits IV, then it will be 64 bit WEP. So otherwise, if you are using like 104 and 24, it will be 128 bit WEP. So both concatenated, and it will be seeded into RC4 algorithm. As I mentioned, like RC4 is a stream cipher, which actually uses two things, two important parts like KSA plus PRGA. KSA is nothing but key scheduling algorithm, and PRG is nothing but pseudo random key generation thing. So after this process, we are not going in depth of this process. After this process, we will get a random key string, which is like it's a very long string. This is the first step, like generating the key string. And moving on to the next one, next thing is like generating the integrate check value. This is much more important things in the case of access point. So data, we will call it as a plain text or variable, whatever it is, and it will actually go to the CRC32, which is nothing but cyclic redundancy check. And again, it will be move on to the ICV. Both actually, we will get an ICV, integrated check value, with a 32-bit. And whatever the data we have given here, I mean the plain text and ICV will be concatenated together. ICV, which is consists of 32-bit, which is basically called as integrity check value. This is how like we have to develop a generating or developing integrate check value. After all these two important steps, another important step is like generating the ciphertext. So generating the ciphertext, like we already seen this first step, that is nothing but generating the key string. This is like we already have an initiation vector, we already have a WP key and WP key both concatenated and seeded into RC4 algorithm. It do some cryptographical function using key signing algorithm, PRG, etc., and it will generate a random key string. And we already mentioned like step 2, it's generating integrate check value. Using this integrated check value, this random key string and this concatenated integrated check value to do an XOR bit operation, XOR operation, and finally we will get a ciphertext. And using this initiation, they will also include the initiation vector, which is a pseudo random key, which is generated by like access point, and this access point which concatenated, and we will get an IV plus ciphertext. This is how ciphertext generation comes to play. And finally, this is actually the final diagram of WEP encryption. We have to summarize how exactly the block diagram works. And after all three steps, like generating the key string, generating the integrity check, and ciphertext generation, we came to know the exact WP encryption block diagram. So as we already mentioned, like we have an initiation vector, which is actually generated by our access point, and we have a WP key, which is 64-bit or 128-bit, and both concatenated together, and it comes under the process. It is called a seed, and which went to an RC4 algorithm, which uses PRNG function, and a key string is generated, which is a very long random key string. And same thing, the second step, generating the integrity check. For integrity check, we use a plain text or a data that comes under the process of CRC32, which is nothing but integrity CRC cyclic redundancy check. And after that, both this CRC and like plain text concatenate together, and we will get an ICV plus data. These ICV plus data and key string combine together to go and XOR operation, and we will get in ciphertext. And other than that, they actually use as initiation vector plus padding, and they added to the final ciphertext. Now we will be getting a WP encryption. So I already mentioned like WP encryption, like it's an weak encryption overall. So what is exactly the weakness of WP encryption? The main problem of WP is length of initiation vector. Like it is only a 24-bit, so we should find a lack of randoms of IV initiation vector. So if we have large number of packets, so the initiation vector we can actually reuse this one. so that an attacker can inject enough traffic to force more packet to get more IVs. In order to crack WEP encryption, we have to, we have to capture more IVs, or we have to collect more IVs, so that there is a high chance of cracking the WP key. And WP, it basically ensures that each packet has a unique key stream, which I already mentioned, it uses a random 24-bit IV. That IV is concatenated in the packets as a plain text. This is how, WP works. And the weakness. The main weakness of the WP is the length of initiation vector, that is a 24-bit. So there should be some, a lack of randomness which occurs. So if we collect more IVs, there is a high chance of cracking the WP key. So there are different approaches to crack, WP encryption. We have to collect more IVs. I already mentioned there is a high chance of cracking WP key. And if we capture or collect more than 15 lakhs of IVs, we can crack both 64-bit and 128-bit key within 2 minutes or 5 minutes. There are different attack methods we will be using, cracking WP. Something is fake authentication and deauthentication attack, and ARP request reply attack, and fragmentation attack, chop attack, and cafe attack. And the next question will be how to attack WEP encryption. So in order to attack WEP, we will be using a tool called Aircrack NG Suite. Aircrack NG Suite is one of the best tool we have to use for cracking Wi-Fi wireless network. So Aircrack NG Suite consists of carries different kind of subtools like Air Replay NG, Aerodum NG, Airbase, Airmount. There are different kinds of use cases of these different tools. So first step is we have to sniff the traffic using Aerodum-NG. And after that, we have to find our BSS ID, and BSS ID I already mentioned, BSS ID is nothing but it's a MAC address of our router. After that, we have to find our SSID. SSID is nothing but, the name, the Wi-Fi wireless access point name or the router name, and we have to find the channel. After gathering all these things, we have to move into next step, we have to fake authentication with our attacker machine. We have to fake authenticate into that specific access point using our attacker machine. Next step is we have to deauthenticate the legitimate client, so that we can capture the ARP request. So if we capture the ARP request, we have to replay the request to the access point in order to generate initiation vector. So IV is also one of the most important things we have to use to crack WEP network. If we collect more IVs, it's a higher chance to decrypt the WEP. And at last, we will be using a crack NG tool, in order to crack saved IVs. So a crack NG tool is used to cracking the WEP network. And now let us do a quick demo, how to crack WEP networks. So now we will move on to the demo part. And before going to the demo part, let me explain you some concept about Wi-Fi penetration testing. If you are really interested in Wi-Fi researching or penetration testing wireless devices, so you can actually use of this website. This is by Offensive Security. So for penetration testing Wi-Fi, we should have some recommended wireless cards. We should always call it as some hardware requirements. So this Offensive Security actually mentioned the recommended wireless cards, which basically uses for
wireless penetration testing. You can either choose any of the card, which is a Netgear, Alpha Networks, anything. Because whatever the card which you chooses, it should support a monitor mode and packet injection. Why? Because the inbuilt, like inbuilt wireless network interface card, which is coming in your laptop, which doesn't support monitor mode or packet injection. So what actually packet injection does is like packet injection is something like monitor all the traffic or all the channels which is present in the wireless connection. And in the case of packet injection, it is something like spoofing the wireless packets, spoofing the packets. So in order to do wireless penetration testing, we have some hardware necessaries. So or else whatever the Wi-Fi card we bought, it should compatible with monitor mode and packet injection. So everything is set. You are good to go. And now we will move on to a demo part. So first thing first, like I just plugged my wireless adapter. So and if I have to check this USB, you can identify here like a RALink 802.11n, which is nothing but I already mentioned 802.11 is a network standard and RALink is a chipset. So I came here and I type iwconfig. iwconfig will show you all wireless interfaces. When I type, you can see that WN0, the mode is managed. We have to set the mode to monitor mode. And I type, I will be using a tool called Airmon NG, which comes under the AirTrack suite. Airmon NG, I specify WN0, start WN0. Now it will start, to start our wireless interface into monitor mode. It will take some seconds, maybe 10 to 15 seconds. Yep, everything is set. Now, if you type iwconfig, you can identify that our mode is actually changed and our interface name also got changed to WLAN0 mode. And you can identify here like the mode is monitor mode. Now I'm using airDump-ng, to sniff and to find out which are all the wireless network which is available in the nearby places. I'm using airDump-ng and WLAN0. I have to specify the interface name airDump-ng WLAN0 mode. And after pressing enter, you can identify that. Okay. 1 second, some issues with the mic. Let me reconnect it again. Maybe some. Okay, quickly we'll check for like a USB is connected correctly, and we'll airmon -ng and start WLAN0. We'll start it to monitor mode. It will take some time, around 10 to 15 seconds to start it in the monitor mode. Now, if it's completed, yeah, okay, fine. Now we'll type airDump-ng WLAN0 mode. If you type here, you can identify that this particular thing which identify ESSID, which is nothing but the access point, and also which identified different two access point, which is one is TP-Link 552C and another thing is hacker inside. And other than that, if you look into this thing, this is nothing but the station, the client which is connected to the particular network. Now here we actually interested in TP-Link 552C, which is WEP encryption, which uses a WEP. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just copying this DSSID and I'm just exiting from this one, and I'm running and another stuff If you have to note down that which channel it does. It's working in the channel 10, and SSID is TP link and DSSID is this one. So I'm just clearing it out and typing aerodrome -ng and hyphen DSSID to specify the MAC address. And next thing is a channel which runs on channel 10, and you have to specify the interface $0 more. After you typing here, after you enter those things, you identified that we have got WAP or SSID everything, and there is no client connected. If any client which is connected here, you will be identified here. So what I'm currently doing is I'm taking my mobile phone and I'm quickly connecting with that Wi-Fi. You can identify here, like I'm just clicking it. You can identify here like now it's connected. This is actually the MAC address of my mobile, and you can quickly see that this SK authentication is got changed into SKA. SK is nothing but shade key. So I have used one key, like key to encrypt this one. So if you really want to see my, my router setup, I will quickly show you that too. Just I will remove my Ethernet cable, and I will quickly connect to the TP link, and it's already connected. Seems I'm just going to TP link, and it will load. Okay, 1 second, maybe. Okay, sometimes it actually, 1 second, it doesn't connected. Okay, fine. Now it's check. We'll check again. Just like. Let's wait for that. Let's wait for that to connect. Let's try again. It's not connected yet. Disconnect this and again try to TP link Wi-Fi to see. And I'm not sure why it's. Anyway, let it be there. I'm not sure about why it's not connecting. Let me pause this one and try to connect it again. It's not gonna work. Okay, no issues. Let me again connect to my Ethernet cable. No issues. Anyway, we have a perfect client which actually connected to that WEP, which is nothing but my mobile phone. So I'm not sure about the problem, which actually maybe because of some other technical issues. So my mobile actually got connected again. So we are much more interested about the station. Station is this is nothing but a MAC address or my connected device. So the next step, the important steps, what we are gonna do here is like we are actually capture the ARP request packet using some encrypted packet size. And after after capturing all the ARP requests, what we are gonna try is like we are replying them blindly and see if the network responds back. How actually the network is responding back. If yes, then we found ourselves winner, or we can easily crack the WP key. The much more interesting thing here is like the data. Data is nothing but our IV, which is nothing but initialization vector. Okay, so now you can see like it's very slow. It's like increasing very slow. In this time, what we are gonna try is like we are actually gonna send like an ARP replay attack, like using another air crack engine suit called airplay replay. Using airplay replay, we are actually trying an ARP request, ARP replay attack. Before that, okay, I have to tell you one thing, like this is all perfect, but we have to save this .cat file. The .cat file is nothing, right? It's actually the collection of at the IVs. We have to save this one into some file. So for that, I am just exiting from this, and again continuing from the starting, like just write something like write, and I'm just putting it some WP crack, something like WP crack. Okay, this is awesome. So once I get enter, everything will be saved in that particular file, WP crack.cat. So now let's come. Oh, my mouse is not okay. We actually now we are actually sending a ARP replay. We're actually sending an ARP replay, and we have to specify the ESSID, which is nothing but TP-Link ESSID. We can specify it, and also we can specify -H, the MAC address of the client. We are actually sending the fake ARP replay. And after that, followed by that, we are actually need to specify the double and zero mode, which is nothing but our interface. After clicking enter, we can notice here like it is actually read the packets, but you can see here like it's a 0 ARP request found. This is a case. What we have to do is like we have to de-authenticate the particular client. If it de-authenticate, if it tries to reconnect, we will get the ARP request so that we can capture more IDs. So here what you can do is like I will show you a quick example. Like otherwise, like you can de-authenticate using aeroterm -ng. Sorry, airreplay -ng. So how the command looks like is like something like let me take out another command prompt here. So root, and the command actually looks like one second. Okay, so how we are gonna do like this is like we are using aeroterm -ng, and we have to specify -geauth and 0 is like a mode for deauth. And if you want, you can specify -e, just nothing but TP-Link ESSID, the name of our access point. We can specify that as well. After that, what we have to do is like we have to configure deauth the legitimate client. We have to specify the legitimate client MAC address. That is nothing but our mobile phone MAC address. So we have to do like this, and we have to specify double and 0 1 0. So once you enter, actually the mobile the mobile will de-authenticate, but it will take some time. Because of the time concern, what I'm currently doing is mobile is in my hand, I can access it physically. So what I'm currently doing is I'm trying to reconnect physically. If you are doing it remote, you have to do it like that, you have to de-authenticate, but my mobile is in my hand, I can do it physically. So for the fast process, I'm actually de-authenticated from my site. Like I'm just minimizing it, I am reconnecting it. You can see that I'm trying to reconnect. Once I reconnect, Okay, I'm switching on my Wi-Fi. You can see here it's, can see it's drastically increasing. You see that it's rapidly increasing. Okay, they are actually capturing, or like IVs, enough IVs to crack WEP3. So on other side, the same terminal, what I'm gonna do is like, like I'm actually removing the entire thing, and I'm running an AirPlay NG, and along with that WEP, whatever, the WEP crack or what is name which we have before even the WebKey.cap file. This is where actually all our IVs are stored. We are gonna crack it. So we keep on entering it, and sorry, air crack. It's my mistake. Sorry, air crack, and oops, yeah. We are just entering it and keep on trying different keys. You can try, if we get a message like if you found a failed, next try with the 10,000 IVs. Like, and if it's stored 10,000 IVs, we can able to crack it. We'll try the next time. We'll try it next again. We'll try it again. We'll try it with the 7499 IVs. Next try with 10,000 IVs. We'll try again. We'll try again. We'll wait for it to complete to 10,000 IVs. We'll wait for it to complete. We can see here like it actually captured IRP request. We'll try for it. We'll try wait for up to 10,000 packets. Yeah, it's like it's moving very slow. Yeah. Now we will again try. Let it be 10,000. So that if you collect enough IVs, it's more easy to crack. Like. And once it comes to 10,000, I will again try with air crack NG. Let it load. Yep, it's actually 10,000 IVs. We will keep on trying with 10,000 IVs. It's actually took 9-7. Yeah, they are actually try with 15,000. That's the case. We have to, we have to take enough IVs to crack this one. Okay, we will keep on trying. Keep on trying with the 9912. Keep with 15,000 IVs. We'll keep trying. We'll keep trying on that. We'll keep on trying. But it connect again. Now again we'll try to send again a few packets, and I'll just connect it again. We'll wait for the tank. Yeah, it actually getting increasing. I'm just reconnecting my mobile. Okay, that's the thing. If you want, you can actually de-authenticate it, but like it requires some time to crack. It's not an something like click and go. It needs some time. So because of the time concern, I am just reconnecting my mobile device with the same Wi-Fi. So again, now just try with like this one. Let it see whether we can crack. Let's try again. Like we'll try with 15. Let's wait for it to complete. 15,000 data. That is 15,000 IVs. Let's wait. It's actually increasing. Let's wait for complete. Like Let's keep on increasing. Yeah. And we are seeing some frames are lost in as well. Okay. Yes. And it's like cool. We found out like actually it found out for 40,500 IVs. We key found it's like ASCII. Whatever the shared key which I was given is like 1235. It's my ASCII characters password which I was given. So cool. This is how this is how actually it like crack WP key. This is actually a basic method to crack WP. So we actually, we actually first capture the ARP request packets and we let's try to replay them blindly and see if the response, how the network responds back. After that, we are not seeing any data. Data is not increasing. What we have done is like we have deauthenticated the client and try to reconnect the client. After at the time we got enough data or enough IVs to crack WP. That's pretty much about WP. There are different kind of attack you can do. This is one of the basic attack like ARP replay attack. There are different kind of attack like fragmentation attack, cafe attack, different type of attack, the chop attack, different. But because of time concern, I can demonstrate you only this basic attack like ARP replay request attack. So move on to the next slide. And the next thing is like WPA. So you all guys know about WPA, I hope so. WPO basically, it was designed to address the issue which is present in WP and provide a better encryption. So we all know that WEP, it actually uses a static keys and it is like very weak. We already seen the demo to break WEP keys. And the main issue which we found in the WEP is like short IVs. I mean like short initialization vector, which means that can be repeated. Therefore, by collecting large number of IVs, aircraft can be able to determine the key stream and determine the key stream and WEP key. That's what we have actually shown in this demo. And the other thing is like it was formally adopted in 2003, and a year before WEP was officially retired. That's pretty much, yeah. And WEPs nowadays it is like it is the appreciated one. And in WPA, if you find out WPA wireless protected access, it actually uses an encryption algorithm which is called a TKIP, temporal key integrity protocol. And the TKIP, that means a temporally key integrity protocol, which employs a per packet key system that was theoretically more secure that fixed key which is used in the WP system. WPP, which we usually uses a fixed key, but in the case of WPA, TKIP encryption, I mean temporally key integrity protocol, which uses a per packet key stream that is theoretically more secure than fixed key. And one more thing is like one of the different major difference between the WPA and WP2 is similarly like WPA2, which uses like CCMP, that is nothing but it's an encryption protocol. It is like a counter mode cipher block protocol. But in the case of TKIP, which basically uses temporary key integrity protocol. And that pretty much about WPA. And we move on to the next slide, like WPA2. If you understood about WPA, only the main difference between WPA and WT is like that encryption protocol, which is WPA, which usually uses TKIP, and WPA2 uses CCMP, which is nothing but counter mode cipher block. And you already know that it's like nothing but it's a replacement for WEP and WPA. And WPA2 uses 256-bit AES encryption for encryption, that is advanced encryption standard. And WP2 actually comes with the two different, items or sections like WP2 personal and WP2 enterprise. And if you notice, like last year, we actually heard about a crack attack. Actually, crack attack is this attack is mainly due to implementation of the WP2. It is the protocol of WP2. I mean, the schema of WP2 is still secure. It is not vulnerable to any kind of attack. Only the weakness which we can determine here is like a weak password. This is vulnerable to brute force or dictionary access. So we must assign a better password or a strong password in order to protect, and the protocol is still secure. And we have an idea. Then you should have a question like how to attack on WP2. So the only packets that contain information that helps to crack the password in the case of WP2 is the handshake password. We will call it as an four-way handshake. That is like over time when a client connects to an AP, a four-way handshake process takes place. So if an attacker can capture or steal that four-way handshake, he can able to do a dictionary attack against that four-way handshake what he has captured. By capturing, I already mentioned, like by capturing the handshake, we can use AirClack tool to launch a word list against to crack the WP or WP2 password. That's pretty much. And before doing attacking on WP2 network, we should have a thorough understanding about what exactly the different four-way handshake. What is actually the four-way handshake means. And if you notice here, like AP is nothing but it is an access point, and ST is nothing but the station. So this is we usually call as four-way handshake or four-way message, whatever you want. So depends on it. Yeah. The first case is like AP. AP is nothing but our access point or router, which is sends to the client a nonce. A nonce is nothing but authenticated nonce. It is a random, it's a random string. Now, if the AP sends to the client his nonce, the client has everything he needs to create a PTK. PTK is nothing but it's like a pairwise transit key. There are there are much more complicated terms in the four-way handshake like PTK, GTK, GMK, and pairwise master key, pairwise transit key, and group master key, group transit key. There are different kind of things are there. So I'm not explaining such much more thing in a technical way. I'm just explaining how the four-way handshake works. So once the station get this announced, what the station does is like a station or what we call as a client or a station. The client sends the AP his S nonce. So station also have his S nonce. It actually sends the station nonce with a MIC. MIC is nothing but what I call it a MIC. It's called a message integrity code. MIC is mainly for the AP to recognize that this message, this message is relayed from this client. It's like a signature. What we call it a high-level algorithm signature. So after the AP got the message, he has everything he needs to create the PTK, and that's what he does. That's what he does. Now the AP sends to the client with a GTK. GTK is nothing but group temporary key, which is a temporary key. And because he is going to his new client get the GTK and install it. After that, there is an ACK acknowledgement. Last case is like the client sends to the AP that everything is okay and install. That is the last one. That is a fourth message. That is acknowledgement. The client sends to the AP that everything else okay. I have installed your GDK plus MIC. That's it. So you should have a question like why it is important to understand the stages in these messages. I mean, like for a handshake. So if you want to crack the Wi-Fi and we don't have the pass, if you want to crack the Wi-Fi, like which doesn't have a passphrase, I mean like PSK or pre-shared key, we need to capture the handshake between the client and AP. Then we want to connect to it. We can force the client to reconnect by simply attacking the de-authentication attacks or messages which we previously explained in WEP case, and then capture the handshake. And using that handshake, like using aircrack NG, we can able to break that one. But the quick disclaimer and the quick thing is like this will only work if our password is very weak, until and unless it won't work. That is a basic methodology or penetrating of WPA2. So that's what protocol is still. I already mentioned like the protocol or schema of WPA2 is still secure. Only depends the breaking of WPA2 is it's up to you. Like your password should be strong. It's like it's very difficult to crack into WPA2 networks. So only thing here is like we are actually capturing the four-way handshake and we are put it against the aircrack NG to brute force or what kind of dictionary attacks. This is how like WPA2 cracking works. So other than that, if you want to use some kind of other tools, like there are different kinds of tools which is available in the market, like the one of the former or one of the major or main tool is like aircrack NG tools. We can either, if you go into your Kali Linux or Parrot or whatever the operating system which you uses, it having some kind of inbuilt tools, which is something like it having Wi-Fi, some kind of other tool like Reaver or Flexion. This all it's a good tool. You can prefer any of your tools, but my preference is like you can go with aircrack NG. It's a better suite for Wi-Fi penetration testing. Its tool is up to your choose. There are different kind of tools which is available in the market. So you can choose your own tool or whatever you wish. So the last thing, and now we are gonna crack, like WPA2. So in order to crack WPA2, here I will just close it and I will just close it. Everything is perfect. So I'm actually, I'm actually creating a hotspot. Let me remove everything, okay? Let me remove everything. So I'm using my mobile phone to create a hotspot, WP2 encryption. So I'm just creating it. I'm going to my mobile phone. Just a few seconds, let me create it. Let me open my hotspot and let me, right. I'm just putting a password as admin. It's a very weak password, and I have to click on done. Admin at 123. That's perfect. Yep. Now it's up. Admin at 123. It's currently up. It seems. Let me connect the same using my Windows machine. Let me try to connect the same using my Windows machine. Okay, let me connect this network. Let me connect this one. Yeah, it's asking for a password. I'm giving admin at 123. This is the password which I have given. This is the password I'm gonna crack, and it's verifying and connecting. And I hope it's got connected. Yeah, fine. It's got connected. That's pretty much fine. So now what we are gonna do is like our Windows machine is client. Like our client. Client is connected to this particular Wi-Fi network. I'm just running the same thing. I'm first checking whether my card is in the monitor mode. It's still in the monitor mode. I'm just putting it down and running arrow jump -ng wlan 0 and more. And wait for the card to find the nearby access point. It's actually find one, which is my home router, and it's also found another thing. And finally, he found WAP2 CCNP pre-shared key connection. I mean access point, which is Redmi. So we note down this BSS ID, and we note down the channel as well, which is running in the channel 6. Okay, I'm just exiting from this, and I'm typing arrow jump -ng -BSS ID and give the BSS ID of the access point. And again, the next step, what we have to do is like, we have to specify the channel of 6 and WLAN 0 That's it. So if you notice here, like there is a client, it's connected. This is nothing but my Windows machine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually trying to de-authenticate this machine, and I'm capturing the four-way handshake. That's what I'm gonna do here, right? Just clear it out. So we want to take the handshake, and again, the best thing, like we actually missed one more thing. The same thing we actually missed in the WP itself. We actually forgot to write the entire pcap file into a file. But quickly, I just exit again, come back, and just write down to some kind of file that is like write to something like WP hack and specify the WLAN 0 mode. That's pretty much good. That's it. So we specified everything, and what gonna do next is we have to we have to de-authenticate this client. I mean the station or client, or this is nothing but my Windows machine. So what we're gonna do is like we are actually using AirPlay Replay NG to do a de-authentication attack, and if here you can identify a WP handshake successfully done means we have successfully taken out the WP handshake or a handshake. It is necessary to attack, or it is necessary to decrypt the WP key or the password. So we are typing AirPlay -ng -geauth, and which is 0 is it's a channel 1, and we are specifying -a for the MAC address of the MAC address of the router or the access point. Here, in my case, it's an hotspot of Redmi phone, and client MAC address, that is nothing but this one. Copy, and I'm just pasting here, and we have to specify the WLAN 0. You just notice here, like once I click enter, you just notice here, like it's keep on reconnecting. It's just it will reconnect. I'm just setting out. You can see here, like it will actually trying to reconnect it again. See this. So it successfully, it successfully to take the WP handshake. It's what we want to, crack, to crack the WP key. So what I'm gonna do is like I'm just exiting this one. I'm just exiting from this de-authentication stuff. Just exiting it, and what I'm gonna do is like just clearing everything. I'm clearing out everything and just put on ls. We have the WP hack.cap, and we have another tool called Cowputty. Cowputty is nothing but it's an awesome tool which is it's also used for cracking WP. So we are analyzing the cap file, whether it is all good, all necessary requirements is capable to break this one. Like I'm just giving -r -c of and this file. I'm choosing this file and showing whether is it enough to crack. Okay, and we did some mistake, it seems. We do something again like the -r, and we specify this one, and yeah, we've got collected all necessary data to mount crack against WPA2 PSK. So it says like everything is set. We actually captured all the necessary data to crack this one. So in order to do, that it's just a dictionary attack. So in order to do that, I'm just taking and I'm just quickly creating a word list, like a new.txt or something like. Just nano it. That's better. Just now get text.new.txt. I'm just entering some random password. It's keep on entering this random password. At last I will be, entering admin 123, admin 2345, admin 456, admin at 123, and password, and password 123. This is searching my client. Okay, so I'm just saving it. Just run it against that particular thing. Okay, just track and see. We have to specify the file, which is nothing but WPA cap, and we have to specify the word list of new.txt. It's a different location. It's new.txt. Just try to crack. That's it. It cracked. So only thing you have to remember, like, it's actually cracked. The current password is admin123, which actually we created a symbol, like symbol password list. Our password is very weak, so that we can easily brute force. Only vulnerability what we can find is like a weak password. We won't give any weak password to your Wi-Fi. It's very easy to crack using capturing the handshake and run it against very large word list like Rocky or whatever the word list you have. And the one more thing, like some guys they will put their mobile number as their password. For that cases, you can use, if you know the first 2 digit of the mobile number, if you know the first 3 digit of the mobile number, you can simply create a very large word list using a tool called Crunch. You have to specify the length, maximum and minimum length, and you have to specify which number. For example, if I know 8, I'll be keep on adding other 9 numbers, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and I will be write like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 times 0. Then what is try is it will try to and 1 second, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and again one iteration mix, and it will try to brute force everything to capture every number, and it will be 1 TB or more than 1 TB, so we can able to run against any Wi-Fi using air frequency. That's it, guys. That's all I have to tell about WPA2 cracking and WP cracking. I hope you really liked it. And what's next? So if you are really interested in Wi-Fi pen testing, or researching on Wi-Fi networks, you really go and try different types of attack. Because of the time concern, I actually showed you 2 basic attack. That is nothing but ARP request replay attack, and other thing is like the basic four-way handshake cracking. So there are different kinds of attack, like already explained like fragmentation attack, cafe catalog attack, chop attack, and fake authentication. There are plenty of attacks are available. So try to explore more, try to read about it, try to experiment more. And that's pretty much from my side, guys. If you have any queries, any feedback or anything, you can just message me or DM me in LinkedIn. You can find me here, Vyshnav is. You can find me in LinkedIn, or else if you want to message me or mail me, you can find out vaishnavis@gmail.com. And that's it, guys. I hope you really like this session. It will be valuable. And take care and see you soon.
Okay, yeah, I hope I'm audible now. Yeah, I apologize for the mute video that you just saw. So, yeah, thank you so much, Vyshnav NK, for giving out this special talk. And I'm sure it was quite helpful for the people who are interested into wireless pen testing, and they were looking forward to learn some new about EP, WPA2, and how they work basically. He also showed some attacks and portrayed some real good information. So these all videos, just for your knowledge, like their highlights and their information will be shared once the conference is over. Our designers and editors will be like working on these videos and will be releasing on our YouTube platform. And yes, on this note, we're going to start our new talk. Again, we want to thank Vaishnav for giving out time and giving out such a great content. Next talk is by Mr. Paras Arora, and he's quite known for his CTFs. Like he's a CTF player, and he is also active quite on Try Hack Me and Hack the Box these days as well. And he have been working on Boot to Root for quite a while, and he also takes like sessions time to time on Zoom and other platforms as well. And he's from Detox Technologies, and he will be taking a session on explaining how CTFs basically work. Right, if you're starting up with CTFs, if you don't know about where to start from, how they works, what exactly all it involves, and some more tidbits information. I think Paras is a great guy, and he have already done his research and have presented a great talk in front of us. So I'll be sharing his talk now, and you can definitely look into it. If you guys have any kind of questions, queries for any of the talks that we are presenting here, please feel free to reach out to us. We will be sharing all the content with you time to time, and if there will be anything else, just let us know. We will give out all the details for the talks, upcoming ones, and the previous ones as well. So just tune in, stay tuned, and I'll be sharing the talk.
Hey guys, I'm Paras Arora. I'm working as a security analyst in Detox Technologies, and so today I'll be presenting here in ByteCon about boot to root CDS, like how to get started in boot to root CDS and what are the skills required in boot to root CDS and what actually is like all about boot to root CDS. So I'll be giving a short introduction in this ByteCon 2020, and it's a great initiative by Mr. Akash Sharma to host an online virtual conference so that we can present our we can share our knowledge and you guys can share, you guys can learn. We are also here to share and learn. So this is a great initiative by Mr. Akash Sharma for this virtual conference. I hope to see many conferences like this by Mr. Akash in future so that I can again present my some more technical talks. So let's get started with how to get started with boot to root CDS. So actually, what is boot to root? What is boot to root actually? So boot to root, it the term defines itself. Like these are some hacking challenges, which like ultimate goal of this all challenges to like attacker needs to gain the root access of a vulnerable machine. That machine is made intentionally vulnerable so that we hackers, we ethical hackers or security researchers, security analysts, or the students who are pursuing their path in cybersecurity as a students and want to start their career and in cybersecurity. So they all can practice these VMs. They can practice on these VMs. They can gain a new different skill set. So these are just a hacking challenges to gain root access of a vulnerable machines in which attacker or the likes to anyone who is targeting the machine has to gain the root access of the machine. So target is vulnerable to some specific vulnerability, as I already mentioned that the machine is made vulnerable intentionally, which means that vulnerability is deployed in that machine. Okay, vulnerability is already deployed in that machine. Attacker needs to enumerate that. Attacker needs to find the entry point so that he or she can get access to the machine as a low privilege user and then escalating their privileges to become the administrator in case of Windows and root user of the machine in case of Linux. So if the machine is the Windows-based machine, Windows-based operating system, it is running, then the attacker will become the normal guest user or normal user with like having low privileges, and after that escalating their privileges to the administrator level privileges, in which he or she will be having all the rights to run any script, any command in the machine. So in case of Linux, the administrator is changed in the term root, since they both are same, but their pronunciations are different because of just the operating systems in Windows and Linux. Okay. So what are the prerequisites to get started with these boot to root VMs? So how should I, as a beginner, how should I get started with boot to root CTFs? I can't simply dive into the hack the box. I can't simply just go to the try hack me and just can't randomly do the challenges, because I'll not be able to do the challenges randomly like this. So before this, we need to have some sound knowledge of a few tools, frameworks which are used in this, and we must have some good amount of knowledge in terms of web technologies and all. So what we need to know before get started is we should have a good understanding of ports and services which are most common and running in every operating system. Like I'll be talking about SSH. If I talk about SSH, FTP. So these services are common and these can be present in Windows as well as Linux. Okay, so we need to know about these kind of services. So we need to get ourselves familiar with the web technologies used. If we are not like familiar with the web technologies which are running currently in web application, so how we'll be able to exploit them? So before that, before diving into the exploitation part, we need to know what web technologies are currently in the market and what web technologies are obsolete, and what web technologies are vulnerable to its exploits. So if it seems to be outdated and vulnerable, so we'll be exploiting them. So in this session, this session is not that much practical, not a basically a practical session. This is just the talk about how to get started. And in case you guys will be looking for more walkthroughs on like solving the VMs, solving the vulnerable boxes from TryHackMe or from VulnerHub or from HackTheBox or from CTF.live or from any platform. So you are most welcome to my channel. I'll be soon releasing my videos on my channel too, on my YouTube channel. So before we get started, what are the prerequisites I was talking about? So there are you must have a good amount of knowledge on Kali Linux tools and frameworks used to exploit the machine. So if I'm not familiar with the Kali Linux, if I'm not familiar with the frameworks used, if I'm not familiar with the tools used, and what are the purpose of those tools, so I'll not be able to exploit the machine, or I'll not be able to enumerate the machine. So remember one thing, there's one platform which is very common these days, exploitdb.com. And remember this, that this will help you a lot in solving the vulnerable boxes, because many times you'll be getting some privilege escalation issues, and you'll be able to escalate the privilege using kernel exploits, and those exploits will be directly available to you on exploitdb. So you'll be getting those exploits from exploitdb.com. So again, I was talking about some tools. So let's get into the deep side of the tools, like what tools we should use and what are their functionalities. So what knowledge we must acquire to get started again. So Nmap, it is obviously a port scanning and network mapper tool. We are aware of this, that it is a network mapper tool. So what it does is both scanning basically and service discovery. So we will be able to enumerate the ports, what all ports are running on the machine, on the target machine, and what all the services are associated with those ports. And most important, we need to enumerate the versions of the services which are running on the vulnerable machine. Now, another one is Nectar, which is a vulnerability scanner. It scans the vulnerabilities. It is a simple scanner, right? It will list you the vulnerabilities. Some may be false positives. Okay, because scanners are not true 100%, so they are not true all the times. So we cannot rely on the scanners 100 if we talk about 100%. So we need to like manually verify every finding listed by our scanner. So Nectar is again a vulnerability scanner, which will scan the entire web technology's entire structure of the web application. Let's suppose you have some IP address, you have got some IP address of the vulnerable machine. You are solving some try-hacking machines and you got some IP address. So just initiate Nmap port discovery scan and service discovery scan, and after that just initiate a Nectar scanner with that on that IP address to get a list of, or to get a huge amount of data, like what it can be vulnerable to, what server it is running, if the server version is outdated or not, if there is some directories, if there are some directories present on the web application or not. So these kind of things. So what I used to target, what I used to do when solving the CDS, while initiating a port scan, I used to just target HTTP or HTTPS service. Like my priorities are HTTP or HTTPS. So from this, I used to get to know that if HTTP or HTTP service, basically port number 80 and 443 are active, then we can browse those IP addresses in the browser, and it will be opening something like called web application, or there can be some CMS, which is a content management system like WordPress, Lotus, and there are many more. So then there is directory bursting tools, which will be like helping you to enumerate the directories files on the web application. If HTTP or HTTP is running, so my second step is directory bursting or directory fuzzing. So what tools I use? I was using Derbuster initially, and now I'm using WFuzz and FUF and Search also. So WFuzz, like, it is very helpful in my case, and it has a good amount of speed. I can say it has some good amount of speed to burst the directories in as compared to Derbuster. And FUF is more faster tool than WFuzz, obviously. So Metasploit framework. I was talking about, so you need to be familiar with few tools and frameworks. So now jumping to the frameworks, there are two frameworks for the exploitation. Many of you are aware about Metasploit framework, which is like very common these days. Very common. We used to search the exploit, and we used to just use them. So you must not like you are not aware. Like, I guess most of the people are not aware about one more framework, which is Empire Project. This is a little bit difficult to use as compared to Metasploit, but it's really good. It's really good. Then coming to the Netcat utility, it is utility for reading from and writing to the network connections using TCP or UDP protocols. We used to take reversals. We can take reverse connections. We can listen to the reverse connections once we upload some malicious file on the web application. If there is a new pro functionality, so we easily listen to the reverse connections with the help of Netcat. So if we got some juicy results related to the SMB shares, if we doubt that there is something fishy about SMB and we need to enumerate some SMB shares, then you can use SMB map and nm for Linux. And these two tools are like will help you hell lot, because they will list some SMB shares and in which you can like access to these shares, and you can extract some critical files, maybe of credentials, maybe that files are like having some can be having some credentials or something like this, which can be useful to help you log into the further web applications. hosted on the IP addresses on port HTTP or HTTPS. So what web? So this is my first step. Actually, I listed this at the very last, very final stage in this prerequisites. But what web? What web is a utility in Kali Internet. It is an alternate for Webalizer. It recognizes web technologies, CMS, blogging platform, web servers, JavaScript libraries, which are running on the web application, so that we can have some good amount of knowledge and we can enumerate if suppose like web listed that the web application is running the WordPress version 5.2.7, so I will immediately go to the exploitdb.com, or I will simply Google the WordPress 5.2.7 exploitdb or exploits. So in this way, like what web is really helpful. So what is the anatomy of the attack? So there is you will be able to see one hacker sitting at the very left. It will attack, he or she will attack the machine, and the machine is made vulnerable intentionally. Then attacker will gain access as a low privileged user, and then he or she will escalate the privilege using privilege escalation methods, using like I'll be sharing few common methods in my further slides. So then attacker will escalate the privileges and will ultimately go, like become the root. As you can see that I'm the root. So this was the anatomy of the attack. So talking about approach, what approach you need to follow, how you need to enumerate, how you can enumerate for a vulnerable box, how you can target vulnerable box. So before that, you need to learn few technologies. I have already shared few tools, few utilities. You must have a good amount of knowledge on Nmap and these kind of things. Nmap, Wireshark, protocols, how these services are running, so that you'll be able to enumerate in like with the quality, and you can analyze the results, and it will be easy to like exploit the machine if you are familiar with these tools. But if you are not, then it will be very difficult. You will be struggling to find the solutions on YouTube and somewhere on the mediums or write-ups of the a few researchers. So you'll be ending up with that. So my part is like ignore that part. You just need not to struggle on searching the solution. Just make your own solution. And there is not a single way to solve any vulnerable box. There are multiple ways to solve a single vulnerable box. So what my approach says is, first there is a what web. I used to start with what web. I used to enumerate the technologies, CMS use, server versions. Then what I used to see, that if the technology used is vulnerable, so I will just search exploits for outdated technologies. So basically you need to remember these things while enumerating, or you need to just save these things while enumerating. Otherwise, if your terminal progress will be lost, then you will be blank again. So just like note these kind of things whenever you are enumerating the machine. Just save the data, or you just can like note down these points that I have got Nginx version 1 point something, and this is vulnerable, which is outdated. So always note down these kind of things. So then I will initiate my Nmap scan. You can do these Nmap scans manually. You can basically apply a service scan, stealth scan, version scan, and all ports scan. All ports scan is very important to uncover all the ports. So services. So this scan is used to check every service. If there is a like HTTP, HTTPS, SSH, FTP, every single service which is active on that machine, what service versions are that application that box is running on, like what are the versions it is using. Let's suppose like it is using some particular service or version 1, and the market is already updated by version 5, then obviously this is the outdated version, and this can be exploitable. You just need to go to Google and search that I am using version 1, like suppose Apache Apache version 1 is vulnerable. So Apache version 1 exploits. So you'll be getting some exploits or some remote code executions. So you need to enumerate all the services. So talking about ports. So talking about ports is like there are a hell lot of ports, in some machines. Like they will fix the rabbit holes to get your time wasted on those rabbit holes and not leading to the proper path. So you just need to avoid those things. You just need to avoid the rabbit holes. You just need to enumerate more and more and more to get on the right track. And always check for the anonymous logins. Just take few ports, enumerate those ports, and check for anonymous logins if you are able to log in anonymously, like using a username as anonymous and password as anonymous. Sometimes, or I can say many times, I tried landing up with FTP anonymous logins in CDS and extracting some credentials for the web applications using vulnerable boxes or some hints or some flags. And with the same approach, you'll be getting some anonymous logins on real-time web applications also. So you need to notice every single detail. Then there's a role of directory fuzzing. So just if there is HTTP or HTTPS and we are able to like browse the web application, just simply go to robust.txt manually. Go there, see if there are some entries. See if there are some entries which is stating disallow. Just visit them manually. Just verify them manually if they are reachable or not. If ever it is allowed to see those directories or not. Sometimes you'll be getting some CMS installation directories or juicy directories like flags, again flags, passwords directories. You just need to browse to them and you'll be getting some good amount, like good credentials to log into the SSH, FTP web applications. In case you get some CMS installation directories like WP or Joomla, so from there we can conclude that Joomla is being used or WordPress is being used. So like navigating through to the installation directories, we will be able to enumerate the versions used of that particular CMS, and then again landing to the Google search with that version name and exploit. Then how basically I used to fuzz the domain.com or IP address /fuzz indicates that I'll be initiating a simple fuzzing on the home, like on the very major domain or like on the main IP address. It can again lead to critical files containing credentials. Then I'll initiate if I'll be getting some files, if I'll be getting some responses, some good responses, some responses which are in favor, like I'll be getting IP address / file1 directory. Then I'll initiate one more scan simultaneously, one more fuzzing scan simultaneously, which will be IP address, it's a domain.com /file1 / I'll fuzz that. But I'll fuzz that third part, the third subpart I'll fuzz, so that sometimes it's like the creator of the boxes used to make tough for us to enumerate. So they used to include the directories or files in subparts like IP addresses / some file name / credentials.txt, all critical files. So this way we can enumerate the boxes, and this way we can start to exploit the vulnerable boxes. So what are some common privilege escalation techniques you need to go through when you are very familiar with these like concepts of Nmap, WhatGrab, and directory fuzzing and enumerating the services ports? If you're familiar with these kind of things, then you can jump to the some common privilege escalation techniques. These are not very tough. So I have listed few because these are common, but there are many more. Abusing pseudo rights or exploits, writable etc password file in which we can modify the etc password file. Writable files or scripts run as root. We can there are some scripts present in the vulnerable boxes which can be run as root simply. So if we can modify those, we can just include our script as a user. We can include our scripts like exclamation or bin bash, bin slash bash, save it and run it as a root like sudo filename.sh. We'll be getting root directly. So buffer or flex. So these are some common privilege escalation techniques. So how to get started? Like you have done all these things, like you are completely done with the theory part, and now you want to practice. So platforms to get your hands dirty, I will suggest personal. This is my personal suggestion. You will just start with over the wire. This is not a boot to root platform, but you will be getting some hands-on, good hands-on experience, quality hands-on experience on SSH, on find command. You'll be able to find few files. The task will be provided to you for to find the files. You'll be going through every single scenario from SSH login to finding the files, running your own wrappers in bash wrappers, making your own bash small short bash scripts. Then jumping onto the machines, you can find few boxes on RootMe. This is again a good platform to practice. Or TryHackMe is my personal favorite. TryHackMe and HackBox are my personal favorite. But now I have shifted to OffSec portal. So Offensive Security recently released one portal, OffSec portal, to practice and play the VM boxes. We can play for free. So in free mode, like we'll be given 3 hours per day or 3 hours per machine to solve a box. Okay, for a day. We can spend our 3 hours on any box per day. And in paid version it is I guess unlimited, and community version when we are playing free. So these includes VM labs from the Vuln. The labs are taken from the Vuln, but these are taken in the very sorted way. You will be able to filter according to the beginners, experts, according to the difficulties. So we will be finding some good amount of machines listed there. And in case of paid, they are just machines which are made for past OSCP exams, basically retired OSCP exam machines you'll be able to access. So what are some root boxes to get started? I have a short list to get started. I've just listed very few machines, 6 to 7 machines, just to make you understand. Like, and because after doing these 6 to 7 machines, you will be able to like shift to the intermediate level. These are some easy boxes. And for those, you can always come to my channel. You can always come to my Instagram and DM me, and you can just ask any your queries related to VM boxes or anything. I'll be dropping one list soon on my Instagram as well, like what are some easy boxes and intermediate advanced level boxes, which are which are to be practiced. So these are some boxes which I have listed. So talking about why to do uh, why we are here to do boot to, like why there is a need to do boot to CTFs. So basically, so what is the need? I have done, the question is, I have done all these things. Now I am prepared. Now what? Now what? So the answer is, while facing for a few very quality certifications, you will be facing these kind of boot to root challenges, these kind of boot to root machines like OSCP, ECPPT by Eden Security. So when you will be having the chance to get these certifications, you'll be facing these kind of boot to root CDS, boot to root challenges in your exam. So why there is a need? See, there is no need of anything in this world, but what we do is for ourselves. Like we used to work for ourselves. So boot to root is again a good way to have a good hands-on experience on solving the labs. And what is the real-time benefit of this solving of on boot to root? See, by solving boot to root, by you'll be able to enumerate a real-time web application. You will be able to enumerate a real-time web server. You will be able to know. You will be able to enumerate that whether the web server is based on Windows, Linux, or any particular operating system. You'll be able to know how to enumerate if that the server is outdated, how to enumerate that, how to exploit that. So these real time approach will not be just given to you directly. You need to practice those. So that's why boot machines are made. So practice here, applying these skills in your real time, and you'll be able to hunt bugs, exploit machines, taking remote code executions of outdated web servers, taking and when you improve your enumeration, and it will be helpful to you in the terms of bug hunting also. So talking about web application, a few lines talking about web applications, you'll be when recon is your major power. Talking about bug hunting, Mr. Akash Sharma is also bug hunter, and I am also a bug hunter. So we basically know how much powerful is recon. So recon is ultimately like if you're enumerating the web application in bug hunting or CTFs, recon is must, information gathering is must, and that's why information gathering is listed as a first phase of hacking. So I'll be sharing my experience. So this is my experience. Like I usually spend most of my time solving root to root VMs on my weekends or on the late night hours every day. So basically, I used to solve VMs or easy, intermediate, and advanced level VMs on Hack on TryHackMe. I am active on both the platforms, but now I am active on some other platform, and I'm right now solving Wallah VMs again. I'm active on Offset Portal. So you should have patience while enumerating the box, while solving the box. You should have some amount of patience. If you're not if you're not patient enough, then you will be just ending. You'll just end exhausting your mind with the what the things I'm getting. You'll be just struggling with your problems like I'm not able to enumerate the machine. I'm not able to gain access. Don't just jump directly to gaining the access. Just take a step one by one, and that's the basic rule of everything in your life, in a life, whether whether I talk about VM, whether I talk about career and NFA, whether I talk about anything. So there is always a step one and then step two. There's nothing called like step one to step 10. There's nothing called like this. So enumerate the box, enumerate that box as much as you can. If you are like having five sources, five ports in your hands, just target every single port to gain access. Then targets every single port to gain access to find the vulnerable versions and ultimately leading to a successful exploit. So spend some good time on enumerating the machine fault services, ports, directories of technologies, CMS used, and then trying to get access from each point, because there is not a single way to go exploit a vulnerable box. Avoid using Metasploit framework. Yeah, it's very true that where avoid using Metasploit framework where possible, as when you will be doing your OSCB, you will be only getting a single chance to use it. So just prepare from now. Everything starts from now. So just start from now. Leave a habit of using Metasploit every now and then. If you are, if you can do that with Call, like if you are, need to upload a file, don't just try to go to the web application and simply click on upload. Just like change your process, change your thought process. Just upload with curl command. Just upload with curl command. Okay, let's get back to the Metasploit I was talking about. So Metasploit, you got one exploit in Metasploit and you just use this and set arm, set L code and all these things. Just exploit the machine. What if Metasploit will not be there for you in every single machine in the exam of YCP? Then what will you do? We need to find the exploit code from exploit DB, if that is in Python or any language. We need to save that code. Let's suppose it's in Python, exploit.py. We need to read that code. We need to know, we need to know how this code is running. We need to specify the target name accordingly. The exploit is written. We need to run that file manually, like Python exploit.py. If the exploit is running like this, we can just mention Python exploit.py space hyphen URL or space hyphen u, the URL of the machine, the target machine. So just read the code. Just read the code how we can do that manually instead of using Metasploit every time. Remember one thing: search exploit and exploit DB will be very helpful to you if you know how to use them wisely or to search for specific exploit. So these two platforms will be very helpful to you. So my last tip for you guys is to learn about port knocking. This is, you can consider this as a task because you'll be dealing with few good machines in which you'll be able to see the port is filtered, but you'll be not be able to like actually access the port or the services running on that. So learn about port knocking. This will be really helpful for you in solving intermediate level machines. So thanks guys. I hope that you like this session, and in case you're just looking for a few good practical demos on CDS, you can just ping me on my Instagram. It's Paras Arora06, and you can just simply DM me on Insta. You can just contact me on Instagram. If you want to contact on my WhatsApp, I'll be sharing my number on my Instagram. Then you can or my channel is already listed on my Instagram. You just can just go to navigate to my channel. I'll be releasing videos very soon on exploit.
Well, indeed, it was a great session by Paras Arora, right? And it was quite explanatory on how CTFs actually work. He explained quite a lot of details, like how CTFs, they what is the difference between the basic ones, how boot actually works, what platforms are better, and he have been playing CTF hands on as well. So I think like he was a great guy, and he explained it quite well for the beginners and for the people who are actually getting into CTF. And I, along with him, have given many sessions, so I understand like from what intellect he's giving out this kind of information, and I really appreciate Paras for taking time for this as well. Yeah, so he was in the chat as well, so I really appreciate him contributing his live input as well in the whole session. Well, next is a very interesting talk because as bug hunters, we understand that we deal with a lot of vulnerabilities, and we report them on different other platforms and websites, right? But most of the time I get questioned is that like, is it actually worth it to report these kind of vulnerabilities? Are we actually safe, or like, is there going to be any kind of repercussion that is going to come on us or something like that? So yes, definitely there are some parameters you have to take care of, and definitely there are hacker rights. There is a thing called hacker rights which exist. You just need to know a little bit more about it, like what kind of rights and what kind of in detail information you need to know before you start as a bug hunter, right? Before you need the kind of things you need to know about a program or the kind of specific details. And we have a talk here from Chloe Messdaghi, right? She is very active in this infosec community these days. She is giving a lot of talks in a lot of other conferences, and we are really glad she took time for us as well. And she's going to deliver a talk here on hacker rights, right? And I will be just putting on the talk. And till then, you can enjoy some music, and you will be seeing Chloe very soon. Thank you guys. I hope you're enjoying it. Please share this on social media as well. All the talks will be available in the highlights later once the conference is complete. But till then, you can enjoy the session here. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Messdaghi, and today we're going to talk about hacker rights. There's a lot to cover today, so let's dive in it together, shall we? So first things first, I'm going to share my screen. All right, and we're sharing. I hope everyone can see my screen. But I'm looking forward to giving this talk to you. It's one of my favorite talks. It's also something that's very true to my heart, and I'm trying to do whatever I can to get the hacker community knowing about their rights and also where we stand today in the current landscape and how we can actually work together to try to change that. So first things first, let's dive into hacker rights. So first things first, I wanted to say that this talk is completely dedicated to all the hackers who have been scared to disclose, to all the hackers who have been prosecuted for trying to do something good or doing their job, to all the people who are in the fight to bring rights for hackers. I have to admit, there's so many people trying to do something right now. They're trying to make a difference. And I know that you're probably one of those people that wants to do it too. And that's why you're catching this talk, or you just want to know, what is this all about? So I'm looking forward to doing this with you. I'm going to turn off my camera so then I can get a little bit more in the space of talking, but I promise I'll turn it back on afterwards. So here we go. So yes, my face disappeared, but it'll be back later, I promise. So first things first. If you're wondering who I am, my name is Messdaghi. I'm the VP of Strategy over at Point3 Security. But what I do pretty much, if anyone were to ask, like, what do you do? I would say I'm an InfoSec advocate and activist. I'm pushing for rights for hackers, but also I'm pushing for people to be aware outside of InfoSec who are hackers and why they shouldn't be threatened by us. And when I'm not doing that, I'm just asking around the community and seeing what they need and just listening and taking action upon listening, because, you know, words are just words, but actions, that's the thing that we need to do more of today to try to change things or to make things better or improve or whatnot. It's very important that we always are listening and trying to do our best as human beings. I am the president and co-founder of WOSEC, which is Women of Security. And when I'm not that, I'm the founder of We Are Hackers, formerly known as Women Hackers. Podcast for ITSP magazine, The Uncommon Journey. And I run a hacker book club. Basically, we read a new book every month, and it's usually written by someone in the hacker community. And the hacker community reads it all together. And when the author and those that are mentioned in the book do join us, which is fabulous. That is my URL. If there's anything you ever want to know about who I am and what I do inside and outside of InfoSec, it's all there. My Twitter and Instagram is open for public, so you're able to view anything and also to DM at any time because it's open. Feel free to follow. So let's first dive into the current landscape. And I know this is scary, but let's dive in it together. You probably remember the Equifax breach, but did you know a hacker warned Equifax that it was vulnerable to the kind of attack that later compromised the personal data of more than 147 million Americans? This was Motherboard that reported it. And 6 months after the researcher first notified the company about the vulnerability, Equifax patched it, but only after the massive breach that made headlines had already taken place according to Equifax's own timeline. Oops. But the one thing to think about is, but what if no one actually reported that breach? And the reality is that 60% of researchers don't report vulnerabilities due to the fear of being prosecuted. And this was a statistic that was discovered by the hard work of Amit El-Azhari, who knows our laws prevent good hackers from doing what they do best, protecting you and me and everyone that we love. She's been spearheading the movement towards having safe harbor, or the discussions for having safe harbor, or what is safe harbor. Another report was through HackerOne in 2018 that basically surveyed members of the hacking community and found that almost 1 in 4 ethical hackers have not reported a vulnerability because the company in question didn't have a vulnerability disclosure program. Once again, that's a VDP. If you ever hear me say VDP, it means that. Those who did try to notify the company through other channels such as email or social media, and let's just be real, and most of the time it's Twitter, DMs, but they basically claimed that they were frequently ignored or misunderstood. So why are hackers scared? Why are we scared, you guys? Besides prosecution, looking for contact information, trying to find the right person to contact, reading the policies that have been burdened to reporting vulnerabilities. Think about it. It takes hours, days, weeks to find the right contact information to disclose. Or perhaps they're even hired as an ethical hacker to look into this situation and they still had to face some sort of prosecution. And this is one of those cases. So after DJI, the drone manufacturer, launched their own bug bounty program. So remember, this was not through any bug bounty platforms. They were trying to do their own in-house, and it was a brand new one. Well, two researchers, Sean and Kevin, came across it. And for the scope for their bug bounty program, it covered all security issues in firmware, application, and servers, including source code leak, security workaround, privacy issue as well. But Kevin, he wanted to really confirm the scope just to be extra safe. It took them 2 weeks to finally confirm the scope via email. He then reported the vulnerability and was provided $30,000 for the finding, which is fabulous, right? However, the agreement of receiving it offered no legal protection for him. So he walked away. The revelations resulted in the company challenging his findings and threatening him with a lawsuit tied to the Computer Fraud Abuse Act, also known as CFAA, claiming he went out of scope regardless of the fact he made sure to confirm the scope. In return, he posted the entire situation with all the conversations with DJI publicly. And I think one of the best things that if you do go check it out, his entire blog on it, there's this one part where they were emailing him, but they didn't realize that within the chain of the emails, the internal emails were within that chain. And in it was basically saying that he was a threat and this could be a bad PR situation. So that's why they turned around and decided to sue him. But the good news is that when he posted it all, they decided to withdraw from the lawsuit. Or better yet, sometimes we have cases where people are actually hired by a company to do something to check and test out security. So in September, the Iowa State asked cybersecurity firm Coalfire to conduct a penetration test to see if its staff could gain access to sensitive data or equipment. So two Coalfire employees found a door to the Dallas courthouse open. And when they closed the door to see if it would lock, then attempted to open it, an alarm was set off. Following protocol, the employees waited for the police to arrive and showed them their paperwork. Initially, they were told they were good to go, but moments later, a local sheriff showed up and arrested them, and they had to spend a night in jail. The charges were later dropped in the late January 2020. But this is another example why we need a law that would protect these people from some sort of prosecution when they were just doing their job. And also, it's obvious that people still don't know the difference between an ethical hacker and an attacker. And language of what is in scope and out of scope, when to disclose or how do I disclose, can be so scary. And potential indictments especially, it keeps all parties awake at night. It does for me, I'll tell you that. But I mean, program managers, they're asked to be hacked, but not to get hacked badly. And how to conduct and handle situations when hackers are reporting something is something that they still struggle to do. And organizations and government all know it is definitely a need to have some sort of disclosure set so that people can report things feeling that there is a bilateral trust, and not just feeling it, but understand there is trust amongst two parties. So I know this is a scary subject, so here are some puppies to lift your spirits. I did place a cat for cat lovers as well, because, you know, cats are adorable. But why are they scared of us? Even though ethical hackers are not malicious actors, they're still being seen and treated as such. And because of this, it reduces the chances of reporting a vulnerability and can cause hackers to go to the dark side because they're seen as the same. So to the left is what we see when we type in criminal hackers, and to the right is what we see when we type in ethical hackers. Once again, there's this hoodie, this darkness, sometimes with a ski mask. And let me just say, ski masks are so ridiculous because, let's be real, you just cover your camera. And plus, if you've ever worn a ski mask, sometimes they're very itchy, you have sensitive skin. But overall, it's not just the imagery, it's also the language used in the media, such as seen in marketing and the press. Using the term hacker as someone as a criminal when they should use the term attacker, cyber criminal, malicious actor, and so on. Because the thing is that the images and languages, they are impacting us. It continues to feed the fear and stereotypes and biases that exist through social constructed beliefs. And if you're wondering, Chloe, what's a socially constructed belief? Well, socially constructed beliefs are basically things that you have picked up and learned by looking at your surroundings or understanding your surroundings or being told or taught from your surroundings or indirectly through images or even movies themselves. Basically, they pick up on socially constructed beliefs that hackers are dangerous people that wear hoodies and are in the basement and they're doing malicious acts and criminal stuff. When in reality, that is not true at all. Yes, sometimes we wear a hoodie, but we don't wear a ski mask. Also, not all of us are working in a basement. Sometimes we're doing it in a coffee shop, or maybe we're just doing it in our actual bedroom or our office space. Or even so, we're hired by companies to do what we do, which is completely in an office space with permission. Anyway, it's just this whole thing. We have some stereotypes that we need to face off. And I want to talk about this a little bit more in depth because we need to understand how fear works. How do people get afraid of us? And so it's very important to understand is how we think and human behavior, so then we can address this fear that the public has of who we are. So the first things first is you probably have heard of this fight versus flight mechanism called the amygdala. But did you also know that this fight versus flight mechanism is a survival mechanism? It's completely subconscious. And what it does is that it's trying to figure out who's like us, who's not like us. So people that are like us, we trust, and people that are not like us, we don't trust. And so because they're probably not around someone who is a hacker, the thing is that they're registering it as someone who is not like us, someone who is suspicious because we don't have trust. Because we trust ourselves, but we don't trust others. And if anyone is someone that we've never met before, they are a stranger danger to us. So it's really important to understand is that the amygdala is basically taking these beliefs, these socially constructed beliefs, and how people are, and that is the reason why they think these ways of hackers are. So what happens is that when, for example, a good example, let's just do it this way. Say you tell someone you're a hacker and someone who's outside the hacker community, and you're like, yeah, I'm a hacker, or I work in the hacker community. They take a step back, their mouth drops, their eyes get bigger, or they try to find a way to quickly get out of the situation of talking to you because the thing that's registering in their head is warning, stranger danger, there's a hacker on the loose who's a criminal. Anyway, and that's the thing, is that the amygdala sends a message to your prefrontal cortex to let them know that stranger danger, right? You need to be afraid. This hacker, we saw in the images, we've seen it in the press, we've seen it written out in books, we've seen it in movies, that hackers are these dangerous criminal beings. And we should probably run far away and turn off our cell phones. Or you know what? Maybe we'll just throw it away after this event. Anyway, the thing is that one thing to remember is that the amygdala, it is completely subconscious, but it does send a signal to your prefrontal cortex to let it know of a warning. Now, the prefrontal cortex can then act on it by coming up with various different actions of what to do next. But it's a completely consciously aware process. And it's using logic and reason to really question if it is a threat or not. So what happens is that then afterwards, it sends a message back to take action, and this is the action you decide on, back to the amygdala, and the amygdala then decides to throw it all over in your brain, and then you take that action. So if the action is to quickly escape, then it sends a message to the amygdala back saying, you are right, stranger danger, let's get out of this situation and quickly say that someone's calling us on our phone, and then walk away. So that's the thing, how it works. But the good news is that because it is completely consciously aware that you are thinking of how to perceive this threat, the good news for you guys is to understand one thing. This is also the time for them to question it if they've heard a story. Now, the one thing, if you ever want to change someone's beliefs of who you are or what you do, or you want to understand another type of person that you've never met in your life, watch a YouTube video with them. like not with them, but about them. So say, for example, you have a video up talking about how hard it is to be a hacker, because every time you're trying to let a company know that you found a vulnerability, they don't take you seriously, or they immediately start to see you as a threat. When in reality, you're not trying to do that. You're trying to protect them. You're trying to let them know that this vulnerability exists. And it's really important for them to take initiative. That's the thing. Hearing the story, and for people to view that story, to hear what you've gone through, or how hard it can be, and how people see you as a criminal, that allows them to remember it. So the next time they face a hacker or they meet a hacker, when the amygdala is sending warning, warning, stranger danger, there's a hacker near you or a hacker next to you, it will now then suddenly, when it's thinking of the logic of constantly processing this perceived threat, it then thinks of, oh, remember that YouTube video I watched about that hacker who talked about how hard it is and how everyone thinks he's a criminal, and how much that impacted his life, and having to constantly have to change the name of what he is so then people wouldn't know or see him as a threat. And I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that bad guy. I want to be the good guy, the one who understands people. So then it sends a message back to the amygdala saying, simmer down. This is not a threat. This person is probably trying to help us out. And that's what we need more in this world right now. So then companies start trusting us a little bit more when we submit vulnerabilities. So just remember that you can always question your own biases, and so can the strangers around you. But the one thing is that they have to also be okay with being uncomfortable, knowing that they are wrong. Because some of us, when we have very deep-rooted socially constructed beliefs, it's part of who we are, and we base our opinions, our everything around them. And so it's really important to note that, like, when we get outside of our comfort bubble, we really get to learn about the world that we live in. And the people that are going to be touched by your story of being a hacker or sharing how hard it is, those are the people that we want to help join us. And the reality is, because of these socially constructed beliefs, it has resulted in the following things. It's the mindset that's set by society, by people in the media, that is keeping us unsafe and preventing hackers what they do well in. More companies are becoming more open to receiving information on vulnerabilities, but still 94% of the Forbes Global 2000 still haven't published a VDP. And that's something they may come to regret. Companies are afraid of hackers and don't want to create vulnerability disclosure policies because of the lack of a bilateral trust amongst hackers and organizations and government is one of the reasons why 60% still don't report vulnerabilities. Hackers are scared of these outdated laws such as CFAA and DMCA, which we'll go into next. Also, from interviewing hackers, one of the reasons they decided to move away from doing ethical hacking is the pay and the constant worry of being prosecuted regardless if they did something legal. This is said similarly to those that switched from being an attacker to a hacker. The reason they switched was the insomnia of being arrested, because there are cases when organizations prosecute ethical hackers regardless if they were in scope, which we saw earlier. So what are these worldwide legislations that we need to be aware of? So the one thing to note about this is that most countries follow the US standards when it comes to hacking laws. So the CFAA is one that I first want to go into. So CFAA, the Computer Fraud Abuse Act, is a US cybersecurity bill that was enacted in 1984 as an amendment to existing computer fraud law, which had been included in the Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1984. The law prohibits accessing a computer without authorization or in excess of authorization, also to be used when a researcher goes out of scope. This is the act used to prosecute hacking. Random fact, if you have ever seen the movie War Games, did you know Ronald Reagan, he watched it and freaked out about hackers, and he is the reason why we have CFAA today, because of that movie. Now let's go into another one. Anti-circumvention laws, and these, once again, exist all over the world, but the US is called the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA, is a 1998 United States copyright law that implements two 1996 treaties of the World Intellectual Property Organization. right to repair. Reverse engineering is seen as a breach of property. Now let's go to the next one. So acceptable use policy. Who here has ever read their terms and conditions, say for an Apple product? Okay, so I tried, I got bored, I decided to watch a movie instead, but in general, they can be long and too much verbiage. It can confuse anyone, especially if English is not your first language or you're an English learner. This can lead to some serious miscommunication issues for ethical hackers that really don't speak English. By the way, if you're not an attorney, you're gonna actually have problems too, because it's written for attorneys to read it if they're an attorney too. And I should just let you guys know, I am not an attorney, so just keep that in mind. But overall, these laws are old and out of date, and honestly, were created out of fear, not empathy, by taking the time to understand what is actually needed and why laws should only prosecute malicious actors, aka, criminals, and not good hackers. So overall takeaway from that is laws prevent good hacking the same way they prevent attackers. And we really need good hacking. So I want to dive a little bit more on CFA because that is the anti-hacking law, but also is the one that is the only one that has been used to prosecute hackers in the US. So first things first, once again, Computer Fraud Abuse Act, CFAA, was passed in 1984 and has grown wildly outdated, and that it offers prosecutors discretion to threaten huge potential fines and jail sentences for very relatively underserving violations of a computer policy. First, the CFAA, as written, punishes exceeding authorized access to a protected computer, a phrase vague enough to inspire some broad interpretations. Another flaw in the CFA is the redundant provisions that enable a person to be punished multiple times for the same crime. These charges can be stacked on one on top of another, resulting in a threat of a higher cumulative fines and jail time for the exact same violation. This also allows prosecutors to bully defendants into accepting a deal in order to avoid facing a multitude of charges from a single solitary act. It also plays a significant role in sentencing. The ambiguity of a provision mean to, toughen sentencing for repeat offenders of the CFA may in fact make it possible for defendants to be sentenced based on what should be prior convictions, but were nothing more than a multiple convictions for the same crime. Most importantly to note, the CFA also gives companies the right to sue. That is right. Hackers have more of a fear from companies and states, your local government, than the Justice Department. Since 2013, the DOJ has doing whatever they can to try to protect ethical hackers, and that's why you don't really see CFA being used against them. But once again, if you're a company, chances are you will probably utilize this at some point if you do not trust the hacker community, and also in local states. Now, the reason why you should also hate CFAA is there is one case that if you see on here called Aaron Swartz. Because Aaron Swartz's case is one of those examples of how bad the CFAA is. And there's many cases of this, but this one always gets close to me. In 2011, Carmen Ortez, the U.S. Attorney's Office, charged Swartz with hacking into the MIT computer network to download millions of scholarly articles from JSTOR. It was an act of civil disobedience meant to protest the restricted access to research funded by taxpayers. And for this, the U.S. Attorney brought charges that carried a maximum penalty of 35 years in prison. I want to pause right there. Did you know a first-degree murder in the U.S. is 25 years minimum in prison, but yet he was being served a maximum penalty of 35 years in prison? Let that sit in. Doesn't sound right, does it? And not just that, $1 million in fines. They were able to charge such years because the way CFA is written that we saw before, and the issues that have yet to be sorted since it was made into a law. But overall, what I want this main takeaway to be about is when looking at Aaron's situation, he was dealing with a 17-month legal battle, one that had no set trial date and wasn't ending anytime soon. And through Swartz's perspective, it must have been so overwhelming. With the future of this legal battle cast into doubt, Swartz hung himself in his apartment on January 11, 2013. And following his death, federal prosecutors went on to drop the charges. His family said it was the government's prosecution that contributed to his decision to take his own life. Because of Aaron's case was one of those things that reminded us that something needs to change. There was a law that was written called Aaron's Law in 2013. Unfortunately, it didn't pass because there were some pretty big known lobbyists that wanted to keep CFA the way it is. But what Aaron's Law was going to do was remove the phrase exceeds authorized access and replace it with access without authorization, which is defined as to obtain information on a computer that the accessor lacks authorization to obtain, by knowingly circumventing technological or physical measures designed to prevent unauthorized individuals from obtaining that information. Of course, DMCA, of course, we're going to touch on that, but one thing to note is that this has not been used against a hacker anytime soon, but it does have a chilling effect, so it's important for us to know about it. But the DMCA was passed in 1998 as an anti-piracy statute of effectively making it illegal to circumvent copy protections designed to prevent pirates from duplicating digital copyrighted works and selling or freely distributing them. It also makes it illegal to manufacture or distribute tools or techniques for circumventing copy controls. But in reality, the controversial law's effects have been much broader by allowing game developers, music and film companies, and others to keep a tight control on how consumers use their copyrighted works, preventing them in some cases from making copies of their purchased products for their own use, or from jailbreaking smartphones or other devices to use them in ways the manufacturers dislike. Now, no person shall circumvent a technological measure that effectively controls access to a work protected under this title. It does contain provisions for security research, but in most cases does not allow them to break down defenses put up by the manufacturer without prior permission, such as those wrapped around firmware. But with improvements to legislation, we can change where we stand today. But in order to do that, we must dive into three categories in which we've touched on because they work together to bring about a public change. So we need to influence the public. In order to have rights for hackers, we need to get the public on board. In order to do so, we need to drive these three categories. So we need the press to push for the public to become aware. In other words, we need to change the language and imagery of what is a hacker and start using cyber criminals or malicious actors or attackers for those who commit unethical hacking. Overall, really separate the two. In order to help the press, organizations need to be on board with bilateral trust by having vulnerability disclosure programs. By showing they support hackers, the public changes their view in general. And lastly, to have organizations and public opinion to push and motivate Capitol Hill to get on board and update the current legislation that will protect ethical hackers. And the reason I say this, it's very US-centric, I understand, but many countries copied what the US did. And so it's best for the US to try to do whatever they can to fix the situation so other countries will follow as well. But overall, we do need all three of these categories to support hacker rights for it to become a reality. So how do we get there, you're probably wondering? Well, there are 5 needs. Overall, we need to push for awareness for hackers. And these are the 5 needs to get there. Now, how we get there, I'm going to need you. That's right, you. I'm talking to you directly. The first step is there was this petition that was created. It was made to basically to support and first step of showcasing we have a problem. This is the problem and we need to change it. And to be able to do that, we need organizations, the legislators, and the media and the hacker community to agree to this. So it's very important that we have this. And if you have not signed it, please sign it and then share it with your friends and family because anyone can sign it who agrees with it. That's the first step. Now, the second step that I created basically was hacking is not a crime. With Brian and I, we teamed together to bring a one-place shop in a sense where you can find out all the organizations that are working to push for hacker rights, that work with vulnerability disclosure, and as well as helping with pushing out the idea for the press to understand that there is correct terms to be using and correct imagery to be using and to remind them what those are. We do have a group of advocates, and these are kind of like an ambassador for the organization itself. And if you want to join us, you're more than welcome to join us. We also have a Take Action place where you can find 5 different ways how you can change the landscape for hackers and to push for hacker rights. So please check out the website, and also it gives you a good idea of what are the organizations that are doing something so you can volunteer and whatnot. But we'll dive into those all right now. So first things first, we need to tell the press. That's right, we need to remind people there's a difference between a hacker versus a criminal and an attacker. Remember, a locksmith is a hacker. A burglar is a criminal attacker, cyber criminal, malicious actor. And that seems to be the best way to demonstrate for people to understand the differences. People understand this much better that way. So if you ever see the press having an image of a dark hooded figure who is supposed to be a hacker, or using the term hacker instead of criminal or attacker, let them know they have it wrong, but do it respectfully by not telling them, hey, you're wrong, change this, how could you do this to us? Not like that. Be more like, hey, I know you're probably not aware of this, but the hacker community, we have been subjected to quite some terrible stereotypes that have hurt us individually and has caused a lot of issues in our community when it comes to anything from on the political side to mental health. And we would love to let you know that the correct term to use for your post or your article, it should be attacker or criminal, malicious actor. It's not a hacker. Hackers are there to protect you. They're not going out of scope. They're not trying to release the vulnerability out in the wild. What they're trying to do is be there and protect you and your customers. And so it's really important to understand the two. Now, if you feel uncomfortable doing it, don't worry. What you can always do is share the article or tag myself or Hack Not Crime. So that's at Hack Not Crime. And basically tag us in it so then we can let them know and have a conversation with the press to let them know how to do better next time. So please don't go at it alone. If you've never had any training in talking to the press, don't worry. If you go to hackingisnotacrime.org, you'll be able to find a place where it talks about how to have good conversations with the press, how to talk to the press under the action. So I recommend you checking that out. Third step is push for organizations and companies and whatnot to partner on campaign with us with Hacking Is Not a Crime. So then we see that they care and they really want to try to build that bilateral trust with us. Because the thing is like there's a very thin line for hackers to walk across when trying to disclose something. So it's important for them to also understand that it has to be bilateral here. It's very hard for us to give all the trust to them without knowing if trust is even present. So it's really important for them to have some sort of disclosure program in place so then we know that there is some sort of trust there that exists. And remember, stay in scope, don't exploit. If you exploit and you go out of scope, I'm just telling you, you just did a criminal activity, and that does not make you a hacker. That makes you into a criminal or attacker. So don't go out of scope and exploit, because when you do, you make it terrible for the rest of the hacker community. Because remember what I said about that trust being a very, very like thin line, because it's not quite there yet. It's not strong enough that we have to tread delicately. So when one person in our community does something bad, it makes us look bad. It reinforces stereotypes of the hackers being criminals. So don't be that person. Now, fourth step is to know who your local representatives are and talk to them. Have a conversation with them. Have them try to update the current legislation like CFAA and have a conversation of how that hurts the community. It's very important that you talk to your representatives because they're supposed to represent you too. Also, there are cases that are coming this fall. The CFAA is going to be revisited in the Supreme Court. So it's important for you to be on top of that. And one of them is the Van Buren versus US case. And if you don't know what that is, it basically is a former Georgia police officer who was wrongly convicted under the notoriously vague Computer Fraud Abuse Act, CFA. Basically asked the Supreme Court to reject a dangerously overbroad interpretation of the law. In Van Buren versus the US, Nathan Van Buren was accused of taking money in exchange for looking up a license plate in a law enforcement database. He was convicted of violating the CFAA because he allegedly used that database for an improper purpose, even though it was a database that he was allowed to have access for work purposes. So under this expansive interpretation of the CFAA, it'd be a federal crime at any time a person violates a website's term of services. If violating terms of service is a crime, private companies then get to decide who goes to prison and for what, putting us all at risk for everyday online behavior. So it was submitted to the Supreme Court. It's expected this fall for it to be discussed. So be on top of that. Fifth step is to support these wonderful organizations. I Am the Cavalry, Disclose.io, CERT Coordination Center, also known as CERT CC, EFF, and CTI League. These organizations have been fighting for rights, working with legislators, trying to do whatever they can to get companies on board with trusting the hacker community. If I were you, it is best to reach out to them if you want to volunteer some time or if you want to give donations, it's okay, but contact them, find out how you can get involved, because right now they could probably use any volunteer at this time, and by any, I mean anyone who is willing and has the passion to do it, what they do to help volunteer. It's important. We have to work together as a community. Otherwise, how are we ever going to change anything if we don't? So the main takeaways from this is overall, we need to push for awareness for ethical hackers, and these are what we need to do to get there. And yes, I will love advice and assistance if you're wanting to share some with us. But I want to just remind you on one thing, which is the change starts with you and me, and that it's up to you and I and everyone to fight for rights. And we cannot give up. We must not give up, because now is a time more than ever, we need to support one another. We need to start driving for something to change, because we can't keep doing this anymore. We can't. It's been too long. And the laws are so out of date. We're talking about from 1984. I mean, Y2K even happened and we're in 2020. And yes, I hate 2020 just like you. But the thing is like, we need to do something about this. And by giving up, we're giving up on all these other hackers that have dealt with being prosecuted, or dealt with hackers that basically were trying to do something good. And in return, they got attacked in so many different directions. We need to stand behind them. We need to stand up for them. And we must give a voice, because we have a voice. And it's important for us to get outside of InfoSec to share that. I just want to say, you guys, thank you guys so much for existing. And I just want to also say a special thanks to Bo Woods and Harley Gager, who really opened my eyes to where we stand right now with CFAA and DMCA. It's so important is that we constantly need to be updated on the current situation. And CFAA right now in Supreme Court, that's a big deal for us. So please don't forget about it. So thank you guys for having me. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Once again, my DMs are open on Instagram and also on Twitter. Feel free to follow. And please note, you are not alone at this. There are so many people that are trying to push for rights. And if you want to get involved, also check out hackingisnotacrime.org, because there is a good place to find out all this information. Everything I talked about is on there as well. So thank you guys so much. I will put my camera on so I can give you a nice wave. Here we go. So thank you guys again. Stay safe, and please know you're never alone in this world. The community has been a wonderful place to be there for you. So thank you guys so much for having me. It was awesome to be here. And take care and wear a mask. Bye, everyone.
Well, yes, that was a pretty great talk by Chloe, and she really explained very well, like how you need not be scared of being a hacker by yourself. Yeah, there is no problem in calling yourself a hacker, or being a hacker, or letting someone call you a hacker. It's, you should be proud of it, and you should know that you have your own rights and you have your own integrity in the domain. And it was pretty good that she explained about some links, some domains that you can go to and you can check out. You can also connect with Chloe on Twitter as well for any kind of information that you look for. Next talk is pretty interesting. We're gonna have Vignesh Chandrasekaran from OWASP Coimbatore, and he's gonna talk on a very interesting topic, which is of red teaming, like how it works in the enterprise network. And it's gonna be really interesting because I'm looking forward to this talk for a while now, and I'm pretty sure like he's gonna do great with it. So I'm inviting Vignesh now. Just give me a second, guys. Yeah, Vignesh, am I audible to you? I'll be adding you in the stream. Just give me a second. Not yet, but yes, now it is. And that's okay. Vignesh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yeah,
You're
welcome
audible.
to the stream, Vignesh. And yes, you're live now to our audience, and you can begin now if you want to do the honors.
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you.
So,
Cheers.
yeah. So, good evening, everyone. So, hope everyone is doing good in this lockdown. So, this is Vignesh, and I'm working on. I'm going to present a topic about red teaming for enterprise networks. So, for many, before getting into the topic in depth, so for many, this topic might be an introductory. For many, it might be intermediate. If you are an expert, hello. So if you are an expert, this topic might be slightly a bit already known topic for you. So this presentation is entirely focused over at beginner and intermediate levels. So let's go some of the advanced tactics as well with that with respective to case studies. Hope you guys will enjoy the session. So let's jump into the topic. So before presenting, just a small introduction about myself. So I've been a red teamer for 5+ years, and if you take into web application security, I have certain all of fames, and I have 2 research papers over to my name, which I have presented at ByteCon and ThreadCon. And you can occasionally see me at CTFs under some team names, and I usually play CTFs and hack the box, try hack me, everything. So what we going to see today? So it's all about introduction to red teaming. That will explain you what exactly the red teaming it is, and what's it's about the enterprise network. Many might be new what the enterprise network itself. So how the red teaming will help in enterprise networks, and why enterprise should choose red teaming activity, red, blue, and purple, and conclusion. So these are the topics which we're going to see it up today. So first and foremost, before jumping into red teaming, I hope everyone is aware about pen testing, vulnerability assessment, and red teaming, blue teaming, purple teaming, etc. So first and foremost, red teaming is a multi-layered attack which will be simulated in the form of real life adversary. So if I say in real time example, if you want to murder someone, it will simulate how you murder us. That's it. So it's entirely based on 3 things: TTP we call technology, physical, and people. So what red teaming will come up with is networks. Whatever the technology used with respect to the network, it will also involve in people, and it will also involve the physical assets. In network, we call it as movable assets and non-movable assets. If you are into compliance or stuff, we all this fall under the category of victim. So what is enterprise network? So in my general opinion and in my own perspective, so I define the enterprise network which has multiple departments, which will be having access to the business data. That is, let's say, for example, you might be using tons of apps in your phone, which will have its own database, and company might have its own data center and own enterprise network. In general, an enterprise network is nothing but a core area which will be functioned for on maintaining all the user data. So it will be varied based upon the business sectors, whichever it's been placed. So types of enterprise network. So here I want to elaborate a bit to you. So normally in enterprise network, you might be, if you guys are into vulnerability assessment, what you guys might do is you might be provided with tons of IPs or multiple IPs where you need to scan using some automated scanners like Nessus or some whatever this OpenVAS, etc. And you will perform the VA. So whenever you are performing VA, either it might be done black box or white box or gray box. Similarly for pen test as well. But here I want to bit go in depth more. So I am classifying the enterprise networks technically into three types. So if you are a beginner and if you ask me what is Active Directory, it's just a group of computers which were managed and organized in a centralized platform. So normal network with local Active Directory like Microsoft Windows Server 2018 or 2016. Hybrid cloud Active Directory, that is administrations and everything would be maintained over here, and logs would be maintained at cloud. So vice versa. And serverless architecture, which will be maintained usually at the third party architecture. So these are the types of networks, enterprise networks. So we'll come to the main topic. Why I need to go to red teaming, since I have been already performing pen testing, vulnerability assessment, etc. And what in an red teamer's perspective, what were the cons of pen testing? So first of all, pen testing, the design is flawed and can't fulfill the expectations. So here I mentioned the expectations here about the business requirement where the corporate's ownership wants to test, and it won't indicate the organization's risk. For example, pen testing, initial pen testing, the scope would be when the pen test would be termed as success is whenever you own the maximum admin rights or domain admin rights, and you can just create some folders that you have owned, and you will be similarly showcasing that pen test has been success. So it won't indicate the organization risk, and it won't simulate the adversaries. So here I am adversaries, I am referring to the exercises or the terminologies which has been provided by the people. No, I'm not talking about the CWEs, CVEs, which value people will usually focus on. And here the execution also inefficient and lot of room for improvement. For example, whenever you are performing the pen testing, you can have a lot of time to do improvement technically, that is with respect to the asset size, and lack of automation. That is, whenever you do the process, even though you automate, here I am not talking about the automation of your scripts. Here I am talking about the process. For example, pen testing will be an one-time process which will be carried inside the organization, which should might be provided or done based on regular interval basis. Here it might be going on stuff. And last and foremost, most of the companies or corporate organizations will just hold us advanced stuff. So, okay, so I have covered what are the flaws of pen testing. So I am jumping into what's the difference between red teaming and pen testing. So first of all, I wanted to say most of the organizations doesn't know what is the difference between vulnerability scanning, pen test, and red teaming. So I want to differentiate that. So first, vulnerability scanning. In vulnerability scanning, let's say you have an SQL injection in your website. Vulnerability scanning will explain you that the SQL injection vulnerability is present in that particular website. And in penetration test, you will exploit that particular vulnerability and gain maximum rights inside the domain network. And whereas in red teaming, let me put forth with a real-time example. So here, let's say I have exploited the SQL injection vulnerability in employees database. So what I will do, I will come to in, I will imagine I want to perform a red teaming assessment inside your organization. So first and foremost, I will come into the, I'm just giving you an example. This is not in real-time red teaming case. So I will come to the common areas like cafeteria or wheresoever the particular employee peoples will roam much. First thing I'll snap the ID or I will just snap up the identity card which was surfacing across the social networks. I will just clone that particular ID card and I will simulate and I will exploit the SQL injection and create myself as an employee and I will come to the CEO's house. CEO's house in the sense CEO's space, office space. So here, certain employees only have access or rights to the CEO's room. So here I exploited the red teaming stuff. I exploited the SQL injection and I have bypassed the physical security controls and entered in and placed myself as a red teamer or in the place of an CEO, I myself seated there. So here we have involved with physical security, network security, and asset security as well. So here in red teaming, usually they won't perform in real time basis, but in simulation basis. For example, it's similar to the vulnerability scanning, but where it exactly will differ is when you create a proof of concept, as I said earlier. So if you ask me what is the aim of the pen test, it will be defining the vulnerability or exploiting the security bug which was present in that particular hardware architecture or software architecture. Hardware here I'm talking about the TPM, Teams, etc. Whereas in red teaming assessment, you need to detect or test how organization will react or how organization will react and detect and respond to it. For example, as I said in earlier example, if I am coming into the organization CEO's house, whether that physical security watchman will stop me or not, or whether an internal employee will identify me or not. If that physical door is connected to some other threat, some other monitoring control, whether you are able to detect it or not. So likewise, how organizations detect and respond to it. It's the main aim of red teaming assessment is that. And methodology, it will be mainly focused on PTS, which is an pen testing execution standard, and OASP, which is for an web application. Why web application mostly comes into action here is most of the entry point, valid entry point into the organization while you are testing some security mechanisms will be the web applications. Since web applications were the servers or the applications which generally exposed to the public usability. Whenever there is a more visibility, there will be a more attack chance. I'm not here that it implies with honeypot, honeynet, etc. And NIST, which is the more famous methodology for testing. But here, red teaming will be combined of intelligence gathering, social engineering, physical intrusion. For example, it includes the lock picking as well and gain access to the critical information. If you are wondering what is lock picking is nothing but breaking your locks, door locks. If you Google lock picking tool set, you will get lot of options to break in the door. But warning you, without any permission, it's illegal to do that. And scope and red teaming is more targeted than a pen test. For example, a traditional pen test will usually target based on the assets, technical assets of the network. As I said, server, client, routers, firewall, switches. So, whereas red teaming assessment will be done what cannot be done. For example, if I want to break into your network, if I want to jump into the wall, I can jump. So that's the example which I wanted to give you. And effort and duration. Most of the red teamings will be done 3 to 4 months or 3 to 4 weeks. It depends upon the organization. So if you ask me what is the red team real life goal, I'll explain to you later in the life cycle. So why it takes such a time? Whereas pen test max 1 to 2 weeks if it is white box. If it is black box, max 2 to 3 days, depending on the organization security. And it will be pen test, which is, as I said, pawnage based. And most of the pen tests were done for compliance purposes. That is either the companies. Most of the companies, if you ask the technical people or the leader board people with whom sitting backside, they will simply say, why you want to pen test? In either you want to test the security of the organization or you want it for compliance. Most of the answer will come only for the compliance, and it will incorrectly help only the management. That's the pen test. So with respect to red teaming, it's an objective based. The goal of the organization to extract as much as digital information as possible, and it will emulates, it's not simulates, it will emulate in specific actor or technology tactic people, that is TTP. And it will measure various penetrate metrics that actually matter, for example penetration capability and direction. So these are the core difference between red team and pen test. So please don't confuse yourself with red teaming and pen test. If you ask me red teaming and pen test are same, it's not. So when I will median red team, if you want to ask me, if you are in small organization, you cannot. Usually the red teaming budgets would be more than $50,000 or more than $1 million, depending upon the projects or the business scope. So normally small organizations won't need the red teaming. I'll say in later why. And your corporation should have minimum 8+ departments irrespective of your business critical data, and you should have minimum of SOC threat controls and effective monitoring. Why? In the sense, red teaming, as I said earlier, it's depending upon the organization's detection capabilities and how far the organization responds to it. And when you want to test the physical security, which is a SN vector, or when you need to maintain physical compliance standards. So general red teaming questions which will come into mind, which I will come to it later. So here is the red teaming operations life cycle. So how it differs from the traditional pen test here is, in traditional pen test, what are the stages would be is reconnaissance, vulnerability scanning, exploitation, post exploitation, maintenance, and clearance. So these are the 6 stages. But whereas here, reconnaissance, initial compromise, establish persistence, here nothing but establishing some backdoor or reversal or whatever the technical terminology, which will give you back forth the data. Once you escalate the privileges, you won't once you escalate the privileges in traditional pen test, you will be informing your client that you have successfully exploited the network. But whereas here, you again perform the internal record, lateral movement is nothing but how far you own the network. For example, you can give the Swift hack which happened in the Bangladesh bank, where they have deployed a backdoor and waited for 3 months in order to steal some money. So likewise, lateral movement and C2 server, which will come into place if you are in want to place the act as in very bad guy. C2 server is nothing but sending and storing all the sensitive data whichever you have collected from the internal privileges. So here in Pentest, what you will do, you will have obtain the domain admin rights, and you will exploit a max to max. You will enumerate the Active Directory, capture all the data, and through that, yes, Pentest is done. But here in red teaming, you will simulate as much as possible. And once you have the data analysis, it will come through inference cycle, and you will exfiltrate and complete the mission. So here your threat hunting or your SOC or GSOC or NOC capabilities or your internal SAM, IDS, IPS firewall controls should help you to identify the risk where the red teamers have been simulated. So basically, red teaming is an activity which bypasses every physical controls with respect to the assets, non-assets, technical assets and non-technical assets. So here, what is the red, blue, and purple teaming? So red teaming, since once you start up the red teaming, the next question will come is, if you Google, just Google red teaming, next question will be the blue. What is blue teaming? What is purple teaming? So in in easy manner, red teaming or black box guys, blue teaming or white box guys, purple teaming is gray box guys. If you are into pen testing, you can understand it very easily. Red teaming, full and full offensive. Blue teaming will prevent up and escalate it up, and purple teaming will work for further. And usually, purple teaming would be the leaders or CISOs or CTOs whom will work up together with blue and red to coordinate and perform the zero entry architecture. Zero entry architecture is nothing but an architecture which cannot be breached. No architecture is meant to be 100% secure, but at least 90% or 99%. When an CISO or CTO tries to prevent the attacks from outside, it will be counted as zero entry architecture. So here comes the case study. So once the case study, I will go to the previous questions, if you want to come into retaining, what were the questions which you need to choose up. So here case study, I am going to talk about what is the target, how the target have acquired it, and how the target have attained the full stage attack and simulated the attack, how it has been implemented, and how it has been exfiltrated in the sense how the data has been sent outside. So here I have taken an example. With an example, the concerned employee or the corporate network employee has fallen to the spear phishing campaign. So here, usually, advanced persistent threats (APT) or advanced persistent threat groups, which will be coming under APT 1 to APT 108, depending on the TTP activity, it will be distinguished. So here I am taking APT 32's popular mechanism as case study. So first, spear phishing mail has been sent. Spear phishing is nothing but sending malicious mails by bypassing your internal mail gateway. The mail will land into your inbox. Usually that inbox, in order to attract the employees, which will be sent in the form of wedding invitations or resume hike letter from the job, from the HR team, or from the internal management tools, whichever has been exploited. So it will be sent it in a spear phishing attachment. And once here I am talking about the Windows environment. For Linux environment, it would be a different case study. So once you have compromised user has clicked, or once you force the user to click over it, he will have his PowerShell access, and then he will have his C2 server. And once C2 server is there, exploitation for privilege escalation, which is in which occurs in traditional pen test. Privilege escalation is nothing but from zero to hero. If you are a guest user, you'll become as a domain admin user. That's the privilege escalation. And once, so here up to this stage, privilege escalation. Once privilege escalation is done, traditional pen test process will be over and they will be signing off the project. But whereas in red teaming, we will create one service to establish persistence. As I said, in order to test the organization's defense capabilities, detection capabilities, and responsiveness of the capability. That's what the red teaming is entirely focused on. So I created the group create an Windows service, which is similar to cron in Linux or whichever the operating system. We create and schedule services which will send the data in frequent manner, and it will send all the local admin credentials. And once the TTP is done, we will exfiltrate all the data, and target data will be successfully stolen. So once how the organization should react is, it should that report should contain threat intelligence report, threat analysis report, and blue teaming report, which failed to detect and prevent the data transfer from organization, that from the whatever the outbound network connectivity established from internal network to outside C2 server, how the blue team failed to prevent it, and lateral movement, and all the data recovery stuff. So this is the um, this is the general category or an example wherein case study has been presented. So if you want one more real-time example, I can give you an example how red teamers have breached US power plant. If you Google that word, you will get a YouTube video which will explain, which would be a self-explanatory case study. So here I am going back to the red team some questions, which were the with the basic questions which will arise to you if you are in normal pen tester or a normal vulnerability scanner. So how do you get started in red teaming, and what's the best way to get your red teaming job? How can I practice red teaming? These were the 5 questions which I have choose yourself for you as an guidance if you are in traditional pen tester. So first of all, I recommend at least 3+ years into an effective penetration test, not in traditional pen test where you would be testing only the certain set of environments, certain set of servers, certain set of architecture. So once you feel confident, you can jump into the red teaming where you do everything as offensive. And what's the best way to get into a red team job? Do everything offensive and simulate. Or one more important point here I wanted to say is red teaming also involves physical security breach, that is breaking the door locks, smart locks, bypassing the camera controls, etc. So red teaming is clear. Normally, a pen test can be performed by a single person, but whereas in red teaming is a collaborative activity which should be done by a huge set of team, normal 5 to 6 members of team. So if you want to practice red teaming, except physical security and breaches, you can go with the normal stuff like Pen Tester Lab, try Hack Me, Hack the Box, or you can play the CTFs, attack and defense CTFs. And normally in earlier talk you might have seen boot to root CTF, but attack and defense and king of the hill or the certain set of CTFs where which you want to play in order to practice the red teaming. If you want to introduce an formal red team into an organization security program, you should minimum have, as I said, you should minimum have 8+ departments. You should have the efficient detection capabilities like SOC, GSOC, or at least minimum firewall, IDS, SIM, etc. And once your organization is mature, we usually define capability maturity model or CMMI. Once you have attained CMMI 4, or if you fall under the certain frameworks like ISO or DIN or or COBIT frameworks, then you can jump into the bring your organization into red teaming. Unless you do that, it's not recommended to do the red teaming activity, as it is again and again I am repeating, as it is only for the detection. It's a simulation which was done to know how far your organization respond to the threats and react to the threats. We want, the main goal is we want to get detected and how far you evade for that. And if I are in a technical programmer, or if you're in pen tester, or if you are in lead, what were the non-technical skills or attitude you look for recruiting interview members? Most of the guys will look for everything needs to be offensive. The attitude itself needs to be offensive. So that's all about the talk. So in case of any questions, you can shoot it up. I hope I made the talk clear and precise. Any questions?
Well, yes, guys. This is a great time. If you have any questions, any queries, you can definitely ask Vignesh. He's also available on LinkedIn and other platforms too, I'm pretty sure. You can also reach him out anytime you need. And if you feel like you want to talk to him later, or if you want to communicate with him at any point of time regarding the same question, you can also reach him out. You can also take his information from our website as well. We'll be sharing his social media profile links on our website as well, bytecon.bytecyberlabs.com. Well, thank you so much, Vignesh, for joining in. I really appreciate you coming in and sharing your experience with us and sharing your details, like how you actually explained was really good. The content was good as well, pretty, of course. And I mean, there is this question is quite common. Like everybody asks you like what is the difference between a blue team and a red team? Like this is something that you should be understanding, like what exactly happens, what are the operations, and you explain that very well. Thank you so much, Vignesh, for your time. You want to add
Thank
something
you.
before you go?
If you people has any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Sure, you can ask him now. I'm working
Okay.
as a network support engineer. Okay, so I think
Okay.
they might plan to reach out to you on your social media as well. So good luck for that. And thank you so much, Vignesh, again. You have a great time ahead and good night for now.
Yeah, sure. Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye.
Thank you. Well, that was Vignesh Chandrasekaran from OWASP Coimbatore. It was pretty nice experience having him on board with us as a speaker for ByteCon. And I'm pretty sure like you guys enjoyed his talk. This is not the end, of course, because we're not going to end up anytime soon. But yeah, we have another great talk for bug hunters and for threat hunters and for all the pen testers out there. So if you guys face any problem deciding your attack surface, because a lot of time we get a problem that understanding what exactly is the attack surface, where we have to perform the attack, where we have to actually interact with the targets, right? So I have with us with a great speaker from Women of Security Kenya. She's the leader and she's the author and she's a global speaker. She has been to many conferences. Her name is Judy Ngure, and you can reach her out on Judy underscore infosec on Twitter as well. She is going to give a talk on understanding your attack surfaces, mapping out your attack surface when it comes to pen testing. And I'm going to put her talk now, and you can definitely make notes out of it for sure. For people who are into bug hunting and might have felt that you face problems similar to this, I'm pretty sure this is going to be helpful. And here we go.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us today, and I really appreciate you joining this session for web security. So my name is Judy Ngure, and today I will be taking you through mapping out your attack or testing surface. So this is a session for pen testers, IT administrators, developers as well. This is a session that should be able to help organization security team be able to map out testing surfaces for their web applications or the website that they're running. So a little bit about myself. I am Judy Ngure, as I said. I am the founder of Women of Security Kenya. So this is a Kenyan chapter of women who are focused on cybersecurity. What we've been running for the past 2 years, and what we do is we help women understand or even do technical classes for cybersecurity. We don't major in one area, we major in different aspects of cybersecurity. By day, I'm a cybersecurity engineer. I specialize in application security, API security, mobile security as well, and that's Android, just Android. I am also a bug bounty hunter at HackerOne. This is also a part-time job that I try to do on my free time. So, when it comes to mapping out your attack surface or your testing surface for a hacker, it's very easy, because what they need is they need one single point of entry. They don't need to understand every single system that you have running. All they need to do is get one single point of weakness in your system, in your web application, and they use that to compromise the entire system, which is easier for them. But for IT guys or cybersecurity experts who are running security in an organization, you can't just find one single point of weakness and patch that and assume everything will be okay. For an IT or a cybersecurity engineer, you need to be able to understand your application, the information it's sourcing, the information that is exposing, or information that customers are interacting with, the applications underlying interfaces, if the web server, the API server, if it's running any APIs. So for you as a cybersecurity engineer at an organization, it becomes a bit more complex for you to actually be able to mitigate every single point of weakness in your company's web assets. The fact is, it's hard, but it's not impossible. What you need to do is, once you understand the application, you'll be very, very much aware of every single point of entry for a hacker, so no one will actually be able to surprise you. And that is why I'm here today, so I can help you understand some of these attack surfaces that hackers look out for when they're actually trying to get into your organization through your web interface. For an internal security team, let's assume you're running a web application that, or an e-commerce site that, stores customer data, fetches customer data on request, if it's to log in or delivery or, any other purpose. But what you do is you actually store the customer data in your database server or the same web server, depending on how you've segregated your company's assets. So for such an application, you have the web application itself, what is facing the customer. So this is what they interact with when they are shopping. So this is, the JavaScripts that they're running, this is the HTML, the CSSs. If it's if they send, if they're done shopping and they want to check out, probably there's an endpoint that you've connected so that they can be able to do payments either through MasterCard. Maybe you've integrated this payments gateway into your applications. So through that, the gateway, the payment gateways, maybe these other companies, a company like MasterCard is a huge company. So for them to be operational and be smooth, they probably have integrated with one third party app or another. So when you integrate or when you pull one endpoint for MasterCard so that it becomes a swift process for your customers, then you also integrate to the, it's like you carry the problems that they already have developed. So that becomes also part of an attack vector for a hacker. So I have named but a few attack vectors that I personally look out for when I'm testing a web application. So the first one is the web app itself. So as I said, whatever the customer is interacting with, the API server, which has its own endpoints. So maybe you've integrated that party endpoint as well, or if you've built your own APIs. So that is also something else that I'll be looking for. The web server itself. So this will include, the web server, the database server, the application server. So I don't know how you've segregated your application, but if you're running a web server, it's something of interest to me as an attacker as well, or as a tester, because this is the underlying asset that is holding your application together. So this is something interesting for me. Then you have third-party apps. So these are very, very common. Actually, this is apart from information, low-hanging fruit information. This is the second thing I look out for. If you've integrated to third-party applications, the situation that I've seen with this is most people don't even understand that these third-party application already have problems of their own. So this is something I check for and then follow up on that up until the vulnerability and see if it's been published or not. That becomes another attack vector for me. Then you have JavaScript. So these are running on your web interface. I think we'll be talking more about this. Then we have requests. So if it's an endpoint, it has its get, post options, put, whatever. So these requests as well, as you know, there are requests that are supposed to be enabled, and then there are requests that are not supposed to be enabled if you're using a REST API, because some give out more information than they should be giving out. And then we have the customer data. So customer data is, if, as I said, if you're running a e-commerce site, you have user information that you've stored in your database. And then last one, you have a database. When it comes to a hacker, they probably have checked all these things and probably just find an open port. Probably find it in the web server. So probably checked your web application and realized there's nothing for me here. Checked your APIs and endpoints and realized there's nothing for me here. But when they went to your web server, they found out there's an open port, maybe a telnet that I can exploit. Okay, for them, that's it. As you can see, it's easier for a hacker than it is, but it's not impossible. It's just that you need to understand your attack vectors. So we'll be discussing them one by one. So some of the web application attack vectors that we've talked about. So this is, I might not have included it here, but it's part of the web application. So your web application probably has its own subdomains. So what most companies I've seen do is that they secure their main domain. They put IDSs, IPSs on the server and the underlying server for the main domain. But then they forget that they have other subdomain. So if your application's URL is, webapp.com, and then this webapp.com is nicely secured, but on the same web server, you are hosting a subdomain that is online.webserver.com. As you can see, that becomes a part of an attack vector for me as an attacker. So I might not be able to get through your main domain, but I can get to your main domain through your subdomain. So what is encouraged here is that if your main domain is very, very critical to your organization, just keep it on its own. Don't integrate or don't put your subdomains in the directories within the main domain. You can move it and it can run independently on another server outside there that has nothing to do with your main domain. So this is a big problem that we have, but it's also an attack vector that pen testers should know about. So tools that you can use to enumerate the subdomains is we have Sublister and we have NocPy. So these tools are easy to find, they are online, and they are open source, so you can use them. What you do is you use them to list out, subdomains for a domain that you already have. And then what I do is I get the application's main domain. If it is webapp.com, I run it through both. Actually, I run it through both, and then whatever subdomain pop up, then I will go checking one by one to make sure that they are not connected to each other, or they are not connected to a critical part of the company's asset. So this is one attack vector. The second one is the web server. So this one, I think we've seen it for a long time. Web servers have become attackers' a playground. So what companies forget to do about the web server is they forget to patch. They use vulnerable softwares. They leave open ports, for outside access. They use even vulnerable plugins themselves. So web servers are very, very critical to your company, because your web server is the one probably hosting your database. It's also the one hosting your web application. Probably you put even your APIs on the same server because you're constrained on budget. So what you forget is, if an attacker can access your web server, that they work their way up now. Okay, now I'm inside the web server. So what do you have in there that I can use to my advantage? So the web servers, what I use to, I'm not really big on web servers myself, but when there's a need for me to check through the web server, I use a tool like Quapalizer, which is a simple Google add-on. You just add it to your Google, and every time you visit a page and you open it, it shows you all the operating system that the website's web server is using, and it will help you even map out if there's a problem with engines. Maybe you can see this. It will even show you the version, and then you can put that as something you need to test out for your company, for it to be easy to map out a testing service for you. So that's a second attack vector. So the third one, and my favorite, is the APIs and endpoints. So I think lately we have companies that have opened up their APIs to developers. So what they don't realize is, when you open up your APIs, are you sure they are nicely set? Do you know the risk profiling of these developers who are connecting to your APIs? So APIs are critical assets to your organization. As much as they make using application very seamless, they also bring a lot of problems. Actually, they are responsible for most customer data breaches, because you create an endpoint that should not be using a request, and that request pulls out all the customer data. So APIs have become tricky to test for most users, because they don't actually have a user interface, but you can easily find them by running the application through, if it's an application, REST API, you can run it through Postman and then integrate it with Babsuit, and it will show you every time you trigger the endpoint, or you can even go directly to the application, but make sure you are proxying it through Babsuit. Every time you trigger the endpoint, it will show up as part of the URLs that are shown on Babsuit, and then you can follow up and see what kind of information is my company showing to the rest of the world. So advice, actually, I've put SonarCube as well. I've seen that most people have started using it as well, but for me, I've mostly worked with Postman and Babsuit to map out my APIs and endpoints that I can trigger as a user, and what kind of information are they giving out to customers. Then we have JavaScript. I know this might sound very weird, but JavaScripts are very, very notorious when it comes to web interfaces. So JavaScripts are responsible, for these fancy things that are on your web pages, web application, for your button to look all fancy, or for your page to load in a very nice way. So that's JavaScript. They also carry information from the web application, from the web interface to the server. So one vulnerability that has been there ever since, I don't think it has left the OWASP top 10, is the cross-site scripting. Cross-site scripting is manipulation of JavaScript. So JavaScript is very notorious. So what people are doing is, yes, you develop your application and then you forget, you've created your login page and, it's sending data through JavaScript, and then you forget, you should never ever trust user input. But then most developers don't consider that. They assume the user will put in the right information. But attackers, act as normal users for them to understand how the application works. So JavaScript is also being used to develop APIs as well. So the problems you're facing with the API attack vector is also the same problem you'll face on the JavaScript user input. So there's actually a course for JavaScript for hackers. I'm not sure where it is. I think Hacking 9. You should look it up. I've done it. It's very good. It helps you understand how JavaScript can be manipulated by an attacker to give out more information that it should. Then we have third-party apps. I think I had mentioned this before. So when you're using, a font from another company out there, because the font is very nice, and then you don't even check what the reputation of that company, you just integrate the font to your application. What you're doing is you're carrying problems from these people to your own application, and that becomes another attack vector for an attacker. So what they use, that is, they try, most of these vulnerabilities are usually published. So when they are published, anyone who knows where to find them will find it and use it on your application. So depending on where you've integrated it, that's where the attacker will use it for. This is also happening with APIs, endpoints that you're integrating from companies that you don't know if they are securing their APIs. So if they are doing 1, 2, 3, and then they give you an endpoint to connect with that is exposing customer data, then you see an attacker will use that to expose your customer data, and you end up being liable for breaches, in breach of the GDPRs and the ISO 27001. So a tool that you can use, also you can use Bapsuit. Bapsuit, if you trigger the third-party app, it shows you where exactly this developer got the third-party app from. You can even use Wapalizer. Wapalizer is a very intrusive plugin on your Google Chrome that helps you see every single software that is running on an application. So last but not least, we have the customer data. So customer data is not, I wouldn't say it's an attack vector per se. It is the end goal for most hackers. So what they want to do is they probably want to, you see, when someone says, I want you to hack my boyfriend's page, that should not be happening, because you're in breach of maybe the application's policy. But customer data, we've had, is the new oil. It tends to ruin companies' reputations, which also is something that people or attackers go for. But you, as an IT person, you can map this as part of, understand where your customer data is stored, what is integrating to that customer data. So you probably have customer data stored on your web server. That's not a very smart idea, because if your web server is attacked through the web interface or an endpoint or something, then your customer data gets exposed. But I think companies are learning with this, because they are storing customer data on a different server altogether that not many people have access to. So customer data is also it's also a very it's a motivation for attackers to try and find attack vectors for your company. So you can access the database server due to a misconfiguration. You get user data, endpoints that leak user data as well. As I was saying, some requests you enable that you shouldn't be enabling, and these requests, when you send them legitimately because the developer allowed it, then you get to have more information that you should not have had in the first place. And then the third party plugins that are vulnerable. This is actually, as I said, a problem. It's also part of the OWASP top 10 using applications with known vulnerabilities. So these ones also contribute to customer data breaches and exposure. So thank you so much. You can reach me on Twitter. I'm under Judy_infosec, and follow up with any questions that you have, or my community that is at WOSEC Kenya. So thank you so much and have a nice evening.
Well, that was Judy Ngure from Women of Security Kenya. It was a very nice session from her side as well. And we really enjoyed it, of course. There's these topics, all these speakers that came from around the globe. It was really nice seeing them sharing their views and sharing their content with us, sharing their talks with us, spending their time on these recordings. We really appreciate every single speaker out there who came and contributed to ByteCon, and we really appreciate every single person who was helping us making this come true and making this actually performed. I mean, yes, of course, we prepared for this on a very short notice. It wasn't even a 1 month time. We were just thinking about ByteCon, and now it's actually happening. So it's really happy. We are all really happy. I want to thank personally to every single community who helped us, all our sponsors, Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, Offensive Security, and Bug Crowd. Thank you so much for making this happen. Thank you so much for believing in our idea and helping us with your sponsorships. And thank you so much, our promoters. Thank you so much, Reset Hacker. Thanks to Ovast Coimbatore, RA Security, besides Maharashtra, and VR Plymouth, the Chennai chapter. Every single person of these communities and our own Byte Cyber Lab community helped us in a very great way. And I want to thank every single speaker, to Mrs. Shankar Raj, to Chaitanya, to artists, Chloe, Messdaghi, Vyshnav, Paras Arora, and Vignesh, and every single person, Judy Ngure, who just gave a talk today, Avinash Chan. I mean, it was quite interesting. I'm pretty sure like everybody's gonna binge watch on these talks that we just had on our channel as well later, because these were some interesting topics that they covered. And thank you so much everybody for joining in or being a really good sport. Our CTF event is going to be taking place on 24th and 25th. Whomsoever have already registered and have given their entries for the bug bounty write-up awards, they will be also being shortlisted, and the results will be giving out on the end of tomorrow, on the end of 23rd, right? And you'll be getting Buckout official swag, of course. So if you have registered already, it's pretty cool. And on 24th and 25th, we have CTF competitions. We have the CTF battle. The 24th is for the teams, and 24th is for the individual, and 25th is for the teams. So the battle is going to be amazing as well, because we have some challenges specifically made for these kind of, the level that we have set up is quite amazing, and we have also came up with our own set of challenges and our own set of category, as in a stegno malware category. So it's going to be pretty amazing to see how what kind of reaction we get out of CTF as well. On the end note, I thank everyone again for being such a good sport and supporting us. On behalf of the whole Byte Cyber Lab community, we love you all, guys, and we want to give you as much as we can. Please let us know if something else we can do for the community and what else we can come up with. And we are gonna come with some great new content. Please keep supporting us, keep loving us, and keep the scene alive, guys. Till then, take care of yourself and keep working hard. It's me, Terabyte, signing off at ByteCon 2020. See you next year. Bye bye.